It's 5 a.m. on the dot. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. It's a nice 69 degrees this morning with possible rain later. Full forecast in traffic in 5 minutes. Election 2024 news. Democrat nominee Kamala Harris is pushing for a second debate, but former President Donald Trump is firm on his decision. ABC's Perry Rossum with more.
Payne says it raised a record $27 million at a single fundraising event in New York yesterday. Harris is facing criticism for lacking specifics on policy. She says she will deliver a speech this week on the economy. She's also urging Trump to debate her again. Trump saying no to another debate, saying it's too late because early voting has already started in some states.
The UN General Assembly kicks off this week, and the conflict in the Middle East is expected to be one of the main focuses of President Biden's address. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
President Biden will address the UN on Tuesday. White House officials say the top priority for him is reaffirming American leadership on the world stage, also trying to end brutal conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza. It was just a few weeks before the start of the Israel-Hamas war that was the last time these more than 140 world leaders gathered together. That conflict in that region will take center stage.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albergen.
From ABC News Wall Street Weekend, the housing sector will be front and center this week, starting with the S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index on Tuesday. It measures prices in 20 major metropolitan markets. Last week, the National Association of Realtors said the median home price in the United States is now more than $416,000. Look for new home sales on Wednesday and pending home sales on Thursday. This is also a big week for the other economic reports, starting with consumer confidence on Tuesday, the GDP or gross domestic product on Thursday, and personal income and spending along with consumer sentiment on Friday. The labor market may be cooling, but it's still a job hunter's experience for the most part, and we'll see if that trend holds when the first-time jobless claims are released on Thursday. The Labor Department says first-time jobless claims fell by 12,000 the previous week to the lowest level since May. At the close on Friday, the Dow was at an all-time high, the S&P and NASDAQ lower. Daria Albinger, ABC News.
Futures are looking good ahead of the opening bell. Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ, all three are looking up at the beginning of the opening bell this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Roads are looking wide open this morning. No traffic whatsoever in the downtown Nashville area. Everything is looking smooth sailing. This is Jeff Malinoff. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:06 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Jeff Malinoff is in for Joan Jones. She is out getting her arm surgery today, so hope for the best for Joan. And Johnny B is out today. Mason Fleming is in for Johnny. So it's one of those days. You got me for your Monday, September 23rd. Hope things are going well. Man, there is a lot to talk about today. One of the big questions, this is the week that Kamala Harris is supposed to really give some detail as to what her economic plan will be. Now, the big question that everybody wants to know, who would be better for the economy? Over the weekend, this came out. One independent organization talks about who would be better for the economy, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. They do say that Trump's economic plans would be better for the economy, and Kamala Harris would be a disaster. That's what they're saying. Now, remember what old Kamala said on Oprah last week.
And so part of my plan is to give startup small businesses a $50,000 tax deduction to start up their small business. Right now it's $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. So that's part of my plan.
That's a teeny tiny business.
That's a business in
teeny tiny business.
It's a concept of a business.
Yeah. Right. It's a concept of an economic plan, actually, is what Kamala Harris has been giving us. This is what they say. This is the headline. Kamala Harris's tax plan would cost Americans nearly 800,000 jobs. So that's not good. Vice President Kamala Harris's tax proposal would cost the U.S. nearly 800,000 jobs, roughly half as many as former President Donald Trump's plans, according to the recent analysis. The nonpartisan Tax Foundation think tank estimated that Kamala Harris's proposals would shrink the American long-run GDP by 2% and reduce wages by 1.2%, while lowering employment. I'm going to say that one more time. While lowering employment by roughly 786,000 jobs. In other words, close to 800,000 jobs will disappear under Kamala Harris, according to the nonpartisan Tax Foundation think tank. The Harris economic agenda includes a corporate tax rate hike coupled with up to $50,000 in handouts for small business startups, $25,000 for first-time homeowners, and $6,000 in expanded child tax credits. We all know this. The Tax Foundation estimates that would increase taxes by $4.1 trillion over the next decade, but only raise, they say, $642 billion in net revenue. In other words, you listen to all of the things that Kamala Harris says that she wants to do, all of the handouts that she wants to give the American people, and it's just going to bring all kinds of joy, right? Well, no. According to this most recent analysis, jobs are going to be lost and taxes are going to go up. They say the tax credits and other carve-outs would complicate the tax code, run more spending through the IRS, and together with various price controls, fail to improve affordability challenges in housing and other sectors. Now, what you heard there was a whole lot about the IRS and raising taxes. Did you hear what happened over the weekend? A big announcement? IRS agents for Kamala Harris. You cannot make this stuff up. The union representing the IRS has now endorsed Kamala Harris, saying she and Biden increased their budget, allowing them, of course, to hire more agents, 87,000 to be specific. What could be more appropriate? IRS agents for Harris. The union representing the IRS comes out, endorses Kamala Harris. The union president was quoted as saying, Kamala Harris wants to rebuild the IRS. Remember, the Inflation Reduction Act increased the IRS budget by $80 billion. That'll allow them to hire those, again, 87,000 more agents. Fox News contributor Jason Chaffetz warning of the Biden-Harris administration's further plans to expand the IRS, writing back in September. Fox News op-ed, this was a couple of weeks ago. Now, the Biden-Harris administration's 2025 budget proposal calls for an additional $104 billion for the IRS. That's 8 times the annual budget, just 2 years after Congress appropriated an amount that was 7 times the agency's annual budget. So there you have it. IRS agents for Kamala Harris, a well-deserved endorsement for the vice president. IRS agents for Harris. Congratulations, Kamala. Meantime, what about Donald Trump? What are these folks talking about with the former president, and who would be better for the economy, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Because remember, that's what this is all about. Now, there's no doubt that Kamala Harris would be better for the IRS, especially given the endorsement of the union that represents the IRS agents. Now, what about Donald Trump? Well, here's what the former president has said, hopefully future president. This is what Donald Trump has said regarding his economic policy.
Within 12 months, your energy prices will be cut in half. We have more liquid gold under our feet than anybody else.
Liquid gold, Texas tea. Now, what he wants to do is he wants to deregulate and drill, baby, drill. He has said that over and over again, and I think that is perfect. All things, as you know, lead back to the cost of oil and gas. So if you keep that under control, then by and large, you lower those prices, then everything else will follow. And Donald Trump has been very specific in how he is going to do that. Lower oil and gas prices, deregulation, and drill domestically. So lower government spending, lowering gas prices, that will impact inflation, bringing it down, and that will also help to lower interest rates. Absolutely.
So interest rates with me were at 2%. Interest rates with her and Joe. I got to add him. I don't know. Is he still the president?
So, of course, Donald Trump, I love the man, but good God, he never finishes a thought because he was going in a really good direction. Donald Trump, let me help him out, remind you that under Donald Trump, his final month of inflation was 1.4%, and 18 months later, inflation was at 9.3%. Other thing to think about is that people are still suffering because they had to use their credit cards to pay off bills under Joe Biden when it was up 9.3% inflation was. So now what they're doing is, you know, maybe a lot of you are dealing with this, you're carrying that Biden-Harris credit card debt. And I think that's what we need to call it. Biden-Harris credit card debt. Donald Trump also says that he wants to, of course, cut taxes on everyone again.
We will have no tax on tips. We will have no tax on overtime. And no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. No tax.
So remember, in Donald Trump's first term, the Trump tax cuts did help everyone. Regardless of what Kamala Harris and the Democrats will tell you, just Google the Trump tax cuts. Oh, interesting. Who would be better on inflation and the cost of living? I've got Fox News on this morning because I just couldn't take CNN. 48% of the American people say that Donald Trump would be better on inflation and the cost of living. 40% of the people are clueless and say that it would be Kamala Harris. I'm just saying. According to recent reports and polling, the American people still very much trust Donald Trump with the economy and, yes, the border as well. We do have some very big border news on the way as well. It is 5:15 for your Monday, September 23rd. Dan Mandis here, and time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7.
Right now, we got a B&A at the airport. There are some drop-off delays. Stop-and-go traffic from Briley Parkway East, exit 215. So be wary of that if you're heading to the airport this morning. Everywhere else is looking pretty clear. This is Jeff Malinoff. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jeff. As far as your weather today, a high of 87 and going to have a chance of rain this evening starting around 5 o'clock. And it'll last till around 8 o'clock tonight. So there you go. That is your weather on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 5:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So by and large, in that last segment, the ultimate question, who would be better for the economy, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? According to the American people and according to the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation think tank, estimating that Donald Trump would be far better for our economy and your economy. We have, again, in the news today, IRS agents for Kamala Harris. That was big news over the weekend as well. And the bottom line is Donald Trump, he does want to lower your taxes. And Kamala Harris clearly, as you know, wants to raise your taxes. Interesting question over the weekend. I love this. From Cheryl Atkinson, they're talking about a number of different things. I'm not going to get into everything that they spoke about, but she did a great interview with Donald Trump. And I tweeted it out. I X'd a link out to the video on my X feed at Dan Mandas Show. But she asked Donald Trump this question, and it's a question, to be honest with you, that's been on my mind.
And then, if you're not successful this time, do you see yourself running again in 4 years?
Do you know how many times I've been asking myself that question? And people have been, I was at a thing on Saturday night. I was at a bit of a social gathering, a lot of conservatives there, and a couple of people did ask me that question. It came up in conversation. So what happens if Donald Trump does not win? Is he going I was speaking to my liberal friend the other day. So what's going to happen if Donald Trump loses? Is he going to run again? You're going to, roll out Eric Trump or Donald Trump Jr.? What are you going to do if Donald Trump ends up losing? Are you ever going to be able to get rid of the Trumps? Well, number one, as far as that attitude of, are you ever going to get rid of the Trumps? A terrible attitude to have. It's not about the people. It's not about the name. It is about the policy. And we've spoken about that ad nauseum. But the question is, what will Donald Trump do if he loses this election? Will he run again in 4 years? Here's what he said.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I think that will be it. I don't see that at all.
It is interesting. And again, I was thinking about this. I hope and pray that Donald Trump does win. But who is next? And will the MAGA values live on? And again, not to belabor the point, but remember what I have always said. It's not about Donald Trump. It is about the principles and the policies. It's not even about the last name. I was speaking to somebody, it was a couple of weeks ago now, about which Trump son would be better off running for president in the future. Eric Trump, you got Donald Trump Jr., you, of course, have Barron way, way, way down the road if he ever decided to get into politics. And some conservatives are like, no, we cannot have another Trump. Others say, absolutely. I say, I don't necessarily care who the messenger is, as long as they can purport and talk about and sell the values of MAGA and the principles of Donald Trump. That's the most important part. Now, let's look at one of the big things that Donald Trump has said over the last couple of days. He was in North Carolina, and one of the things that he said, and this was fascinating, and I'm going to be able to get into this a little bit more following the news at 5:30, where Donald Trump spoke about how he would actually end sanctuary city policies.
Today, I'm announcing a new plan to end all sanctuary cities in North Carolina and all across our country. No more sanctuary cities. As soon as I take office, we will immediately surge federal law enforcement to every city that is failing, which is a lot of them, to turn over criminal aliens, and we will hunt down, capture every single gang member, drug dealer, rapist, murderer, and migrant criminal that is being illegally harbored. Every one of the top 25 worst cities are Democrat-run cities.
I mean, listen, everybody knows that Donald Trump is right. How many times have I had that conversation? You've got these crap hole cities that Donald Trump and all of us conservatives have spoken about for years. And Donald Trump is right. I love that I don't know if he can do it, somehow outlaw or ban sanctuary city policies because by and large, these are state issues. I love that sentiment. California's policies are different than Tennessee's policies. Those are different than Texas policies versus New York policies. All of these states and all of these cities and all of these jurisdictions, they do have differing policies. But this has been thought about and discussed many, many, many times. Can the federal government somehow ban sanctuary city policies? There might be a way, and we'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. There are a lot of topics that we're going to discuss today, including one American city. Speaking of sanctuary city policies, one American city is about to absolutely blow up, and it is going to get really nasty. And I'm going to have the opportunity to tell you that I told you so. It is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jeff Malinoff in for Joan Jones. Jeff, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we got the UN General Assembly this week, and a new police commissioner in New York City is already being raided by the FBI. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
B&A Airport still expecting those drop-off delays. I-40 eastbound off the ramp to International Airport, exit 216A has a lot of stop and go, as well as Briley Parkway East, exit 215 has those delays as well. Everywhere else around Nashville is wide open. This is every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Jeff Malinoff is coming up in the news, and a lot of folks chiming in on the opening segment, especially Donald Trump's big announcement over the weekend that basically at the federal level, he wants to ban sanctuary cities. I love that. 1701, harboring fugitives is illegal. Any city that harbors illegal aliens should be treated as everyone who does the same thing. Harboring a fugitive can get you 2 to 5 years in prison as a felony. 1701 says nobody is above the law, including city managers. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, 1701, and I thank you. All right, it is 5:29 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Jeff Malinoff has the news. Mason Fleming is in for an ailing JB. Got a lot going on. Straight ahead, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:29 this morning and it's clear and 69 degrees. This is Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Over 140 world leaders will descend into New York City this week for the UN General Assembly. U.S. President Biden is expected to speak. ABC's Lindsay Tuckman has more.
Now, this week's proceedings began with a summit, actually, between assembly members to approve a so-called Pact of the Future. On that note, also expected to speak this week include Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. All leaders whose nations are currently amidst crises, really likely to dominate conversation for the assembly.
And keeping the news in New York, only a few weeks into his new job as New York City Police Commissioner, Thomas Donlan finds himself on the list of city officials who have had their homes raided in federal agents. ABC's Phil Tate with the latest.
Now, the interim police commissioner now added to the growing list of city officials who are under investigation after receiving a tip that he retained classified documents from an investigation during his time with the FBI. Well, right now, it's still unclear what these documents pertain to, but Donlan says in a statement, quote, "They took materials that came into my possession approximately 20 years ago."
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. The stock futures right now, everything is pointing in the right direction. All are pointing up right before that opening bell this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Those drop-off delays at the BNA airport have cleared up just a tad, but there is some slightly delays there. Everywhere else in the Nashville area is still wide open. This is Jeff Malinoff. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.535 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I know this is where we usually do the gang of three. Joan's out. Johnny's out. I love you, Mason.
I see how it is.
I love Jeff Malinoff.
I see how it is.
Jeff's got to concentrate,
Hurtful.
and Mason has to wake up.
Yeah, I have to twiddle my thumbs over here.
Mason has to wake up. But listen, I appreciate you guys showing up.
Hey, I'm glad to be here.
We are. I'm happy to be here too.
Are you really?
I am.
Okay.
It's been a while since I was allowed more hours.
That makes...
It's been a while since I've been on your show, Dan.
That also.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Oh, I know.
I see.
I don't think we're allowed to say that on the air.
I'm just kidding. I love you both.
I knew we were growing apart, but I didn't know it was that much.
Listen, you guys haven't been here. That's not on me. I'm no longer the guy in charge. I would love to have you guys here, maybe once a quarter would be great. As long as you have donuts, it'd all be fine.
Yeah, if that's the case, then I think we're hitting our mark right now.
Yeah. I think we are. Anyway, again, thank you both for showing up. We were talking earlier about what is going on with Donald Trump over the weekend. What I thought was a really interesting announcement. Not real surprising, but one of the things that Donald Trump is saying is that he is going to ban sanctuary cities.
Today, I'm announcing a new plan to end all sanctuary cities in North Carolina and all across our country. No more sanctuary cities. As soon as I take office, we will immediately surge federal law enforcement to every city that is failing, which is a lot of them, to turn over criminal aliens, and we will hunt down, capture every single gang member, drug dealer, rapist, murderer, and migrant criminal that is being illegally harbored. Every one of the top 25 worst cities are Democrat-run cities.
Every one of those top 25. Of course, you know that Memphis is in there. You know what other city is in there? Chicago. Chicago, I'm going to have the full story in the 6 o'clock hour. Chicago is about ready to explode because of and I told you about this a few weeks ago, it's getting worse because all of the gangs now, and I've got to air quote this, but all of the black gangs that in Chicago, they are now going to be sort of unifying against Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan gang. And we talked about, and I'm going to revisit this because there's a major update. Things are going to literally explode on the south side of Chicago. So that is going to be a big story. I'll cover that for you coming up in the 6 o'clock hour here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also in the 6, ex-cons for Trump. Ex-cons for Trump, one of my favorite stories, all of that and a whole lot more. But one of the things that Trump is talking about with these sanctuary cities is that he wants to be able to outlaw them. Now, others are going to disagree with this. Again, I am all about states' rights. I really am. So as I said, can you ban sanctuary cities from the federal level? You can do things like cut funding and so forth. But from a state standpoint, California's policies are different than Tennessee's. New York is different than the state of Texas, for example. Now, this could come up with a whole big conversation about how, conservatives and Republicans, we are all about states' rights. We don't like an onerous federal government. But here's the thing. When you have a state like California, when you have a state like New York, when you have these states like Massachusetts that are proudly sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, the illegals don't stay in those states or in those cities. Baltimore, Maryland. We saw that woman that was brutally raped and murdered in Baltimore. Well, that illegal, and Baltimore, by the way, is sanctuary city, but that illegal came by way of Los Angeles. So as we always like to say here on Nashville's Morning News, every city and every state is impacted by the sanctuary policies of these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. So it actually, you could very easily, even if you're a conservative who cares deeply about state rights, you can make the argument that from a federal level, we should do something to ban sanctuary cities. And again, some are going to disagree, but here's the deal. Several things happen in these sanctuary cities. Biggest one, of course, that is that these sanctuary cities, they refuse to cooperate with ICE, but they also attract them with all kinds of freebies and all kinds of benefits and cash cards and phones and places to stay and things to eat and places to eat. And they commit crimes and they don't really have to face any consequences. They give them driver's licenses. So all of that being said, yes, if you can somehow remove funding or mandate states that at the very least they have got to cooperate with ICE, then yeah, that'd be just great.
I will ask Congress to pass a law outlawing sanctuary cities nationwide, and we will bring down the full weight of the federal government on any jurisdiction that refuses to cooperate with ICE. Within 2 years, there will not be one single foreign criminal gang operated in North Carolina or anywhere else.
Well, he was in North Carolina. Some lawmakers, by the way, have tried to ban sanctuary policies at the state level, and it has been discussed at the federal level for years as well. Can Donald Trump actually get it done? Well, it depends on the makeup. Well, number one, unless he can do it by executive order, it depends on the makeup of Congress. Let's go back to 2007, though. I thought this was interesting in doing my research for this. Let's go back to 2007. Joe Biden was asked about whether or not he would ban sanctuary cities. Listen.
Part of the problem is you have to have a federal government that can enforce laws. This administration has been fundamentally derelict in not funding any of the requirements that are needed even to enforce the existing law.
So, Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
Wait, what was that?
Yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
Isn't it amazing how much Joe Biden and the Democrats have changed? I mean, there was a time when Democrats were reasonably, not as strong as Republicans, but there was a time when Democrats were not for mass illegal immigration. I mean, it was just a few years ago. And you just heard what Joe Biden said back in 2007. And yeah, he was talking about the funding or the lack of funding from the federal government to enforce existing immigration policies at the time in 2007, which, of course, if you think about it, is ironic looking back, because when he came into office back in 2021, the first thing he did was handcuff ICE and limit their powers. Same with the Border Patrol. He told ICE, you remember this, we told you all about this. He told ICE to back off on arresting and deporting criminals, put a 100-day moratorium on all deportations. And you know what that was? That was a clarion call for illegal immigration. So we can debate whether or not Joe Biden cut funding for ICE. We can debate whether or not Joe Biden cut funding for the Border Patrol. But he clearly changed their approach. Many say that he didn't cut funding, but what he did do was he went from stopping illegal immigration to simply processing people as they came across the southern border. Remember, under Donald Trump, we had ICE and we had the Border Patrol. They were stopping people. They were protecting the border. And then you had, of course, all of the immigration policies that Donald Trump had in place. Building the wall, remain in Mexico policy, very strong Border Patrol, very strong ICE. And then Joe Biden comes in and he puts an end to all of that. And basically, in my opinion, has taken a giant step towards destroying our country. And that is why it is so comical that Kamala Harris is now trying to make it look like she is tough on the border. She is tough on the cartels, right? She's the only person in this race, Kamala Harris will tell you, that has taken on the cartels. BS. I've got details on that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 5:45 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads.
Right now, still wide open here in the downtown Nashville area, as well as the surrounding area. No traffic whatsoever, except for those small delays at the B&A airport. They are starting to open up pretty dramatically, so expect those to be gone within the next few hours. This is Jeff Malinoff. Traffic at every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Jeff. As far as your weather today, a high of 87 and some rain possible. And right now, it is 71 degrees and clear here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. I know that I'm hopeful. Just like you, I am hopeful that Donald Trump will win this election. The entire country, it is so bizarre, the entire country will tell you that they trust Donald Trump more on the border and issues regarding illegal immigration and the economy. They will also tell you that those are their two biggest issues. I mean, polling has shown that. So then why is this race so close? I think because there are so many people that just hate Donald Trump that they're not voting over any sense of what is right versus wrong policy-wise. They just don't like Donald Trump. And that's the really sad part about Trump derangement syndrome. And by the way, I don't really believe the polls. But talking about the border, you talk about how Kamala Harris and, her commercials and so forth, they'll say that she really took on the cartels. And as I said, that is nothing but BS. as the person in charge of the border, she failed miserably. And the cartels made, have you heard this before? I think I've talked about this. According to the House Budget Committee, the drug cartels made $1 billion a month. That's right. Under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, the cartels made $1 billion a month. Drug and human trafficking and all that kind of stuff. Now they're using that money for weapons to fight and kill our Border Patrol, and using our open borders to expand their operations within America. That's what they're doing. And so while the American people, this is so great. I mean, I'm very cynically saying, while the American people over the last 4 years have really suffered mightily under the economic policies of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the cartels have been doing great, as a matter of fact. Hell, the only people in the, in this country that have been making money over the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration have been the cartels. And so they have all this money. They have the personnel. They have the access coming across our southern border. And now we're seeing that play out in cities all across the country. Not only are they coming across the border, but also, as you know, through Biden's parole program, as they're actually flying them directly into our cities.
But they fly them in by the hundreds of thousands. They're flying in over the border. So they don't want to stop them because they're continuing the flights into our country. I will get every migrant criminal out of our country, and I'll get them out fast. We have to. We have no choice.
I mean, listen, when Donald Trump speaks, it's not a bunch of hyperbole. It's not a bunch of rhetoric. It's not. It's true. And when Donald Trump says that we've got to get these bad guys out, we really do need to get these bad guys out. So in the words of Tim Walz over the weekend,
we can't afford 4 more years of this.
Boy, you got that right, Tim. Tampon Tim? That's what they call him. Tampon Tim. Because he wants to put tampons in boys' restrooms in schools. That's why they call him Tampon Tim. So Donald Trump had far more secure borders than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Donald Trump had far less fentanyl coming across our southern border. The cartels were not making $1 billion a month when Donald Trump was in office. Donald Trump was not flying illegal aliens directly into our cities on taxpayer expense. And we did not have these Venezuelan gangbangers getting into our country. We simply didn't. And so it makes all the sense in the world for the American people if you're actually going to look at policy and you're actually going to look at results versus just, the talking points of Kamala Harris. Folks will come to the realization that Trump's policies on illegal immigration and the borders were far superior to those of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
This election is about the economy. This election is about the border. That's what it is. And I am your border president. Your border president.
Yep.
Kamala would be your invasion president.
I mean, she would be. I love that line. By the way, I love the socials. You can follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show. I reposted these. Benny Johnson is one of my favorites. And it talks about the different reactions to seeing Kamala Harris on TV. I want you to go check it out. It is on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show, reposting Benny Johnson's video. And there's one.
Yo, I'm all here for the Kamala Harris reaction videos when people see Kamala Harris on TV. Mm-hmm. There's the middle finger.
There you go. And they show Kamala Harris on TV, and he literally shows a couple hoisting a middle finger at Kamala Harris. Then you have, this.
There's the sledgehammer. Kamala
Harris will never be my president.
Guy actually takes a sledgehammer to a massive 75-inch TV. Now, I'm trying to figure out, was that the whole thing set up? Because it looks like a really big and a really good TV, and the guy just went absolutely nuts. Again, pretty expensive TV. Then there's this one, which clearly ticked off military members.
And then there's the American military man serving abroad.
There is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world the first time this century. What? But let's understand.
So where the f*** are we right now?
Remember that video went viral? Last one, of course, rich on a couple of fronts. Now, number one, you do have many of our men and women deployed across the world in dangerous areas. But where she tries to thread the needle here is where she says that we are not engaged in war. It's just that they're sanctioned there. They're stationed there in these very dangerous areas. Fox News reports this. Mark Montgomery, a retired Rear Admiral and Senior Director for the Center on Cyber and Tech Innovation at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy, telling Fox News Digital that the U.S. has quietly shut down designations of war zones over the past few years. He says, I would ask, is anyone getting combat-related hazardous duty pay? He says the answer to that is yes, and noted Syria as an example. The Pentagon did not comment on whether troops in countries such as Syria, Jordan, or Iraq, or some of these other bases around the Middle East have been getting hazardous duty pay over the past 10 months as Iran has backed proxies, including the Houthis and Hezbollah. Of course, we all know about Hamas as well. And so when Harris says, well, we don't have any military personnel in active war zones across the world. Well, again, she's threading the needle because they are stationed in these dangerous areas. The assertion, they say, is especially egregious as she is the current VP and should know that we recently conducted a raid in Syria, killing a senior ISIS commander. Several U.S. troops had to be medically evacuated after another raid against ISIS in Syria, and it goes on and on and on. So, yes, we have members of the military involved in wars and dangerous battle zones across the world. But also, you know, when you think about the fact that she and Joe Biden got us involved in all of these wars. You can talk about Russia going into Ukraine, emboldened by Joe Biden's failed Afghanistan pullout is one. Of course, we all know that China is looking to take over and invade Taiwan at any moment. And we also saw Hamas invade Ukraine in that, I should say, invade Israel in that horrific terrorist attack. So the more that you look at Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and the more that you look at their military record per se, the more you realize that her empty talking points are just that, absolutely empty. It is 5:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jeff Malinoff is in for Joan Jones. Jeff, what is coming up in the news?
Well, a man is arrested in Nashville this weekend after robbing an 89-year-old woman. Also, the UN security team not taking any chances in New York City. Those stories at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's 6 o'clock, and I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. It's clear and 69 degrees. Going to be some rain later on the day. That full forecast in traffic in 5 minutes. We got some news in Nashville. A man was arrested on run for robbing one person and trying to rob another on Saturday, according to Metro Nashville Police. MNPD said Marquise Douglas, age 42, has been charged with aggravated robbery, attempted aggravated robbery, gun theft, gun possession in the commission of a dangerous felony, and evading arrest. Douglas reportedly robbed a 20-year-old Vanderbilt student at gunpoint just before 7 a.m. And then later in the day, Douglas reportedly approached an 89-year-old woman in Park Avenue and attempted to rob her. The MNPD said officers responded to the area and then spotted Douglas and attempted to stop him. He fled but was caught after a short chase. With the UN General Assembly coming to New York, this week's includes President Biden, and the UN security team is not taking any chances in New York City. Here's ABC's Andrea Fuji.
We got a behind-the-scenes look at the security command post beneath the UN. A wall of monitors showing dozens of the compound's 1,400 live security camera feeds, door alarms, and emergency alerts.
Sometimes we screen during the high-level period up to 22,000 delegate staff and non-UN entities per day. 22,000. That is a high number.
Also part of the security, Coast Guard ships in the nearby rivers, NYPD drones in the air, and canines on the ground sweeping for explosives.
With the UN coming to New York, so is Ukrainian President Zelensky is asking donors for more funding.
Zelensky says the attacks highlight the need for more Western weapons to, in his words, help protect lives and ensure safety. And while at the UN, he'll be back pounding a now familiar theme. He wants long-range capabilities to reach deep into Russia, which could pry open a Pandora's box of escalation. Ukraine's defense chief, meanwhile, says talks are ongoing to get some European fighter jets. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. The futures are looking good right before the opening bell. Everything is looking up. Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ are all still pointing in the right direction right before that opening bell. This is Jeff Malinoff. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
We got a close due to a crash in Davidson County. Bradley Parkway southbound between Ashland City Highway, exit 24, and County Hospital Road, exit 25 is closed due to a crash. That B&A Airport is still having some drop-off delays very slightly. Everywhere else around the Nashville area is still wide open. This is Jeff Malinoff. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:06 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Monday morning, September 23rd. Hope you're doing well. And Johnny B is out sick today. So Mason Fleming is in for Johnny B. Jeff Malinoff is in for Joan Jones, who is off getting surgery on her arm. Man, there's a lot going on. Now, south side of Chicago. We already know that the south side of Chicago is a train wreck. There's a lot of crime. There's a lot of drugs. There's a lot of people that are really desperate. What could make things worse on the south side of Chicago? Well, of course, Venezuelan migrants. And that is where we will begin the 6 o'clock hour here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the headline from the Daily Mail, Venezuelan super gang Tren de Aragua has now landed on the south side of Chicago. And now all of these Chicago gangs, this is incredible. And I saw this happening. All of these Chicago gangs are going to form their own super gang, apparently, and take on Tren de Aragua. Now, remember who Tren de Aragua is. I mean, this is a really bad gang. They hail from Venezuela.
Getting to know you.
And they specialize in drugs. They specialize in human trafficking. They specialize in trafficking women. They specialize in trafficking children. And they specialize in killing people. That is Tren de Aragua. And that is who Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have led into this country. Now, I'm going to remind you of some audio that I played a while ago. And it was from a Chicago gangbanger, actually. And this guy was watching what was going on in Colorado, and he knew that these guys were now on the south side of Chicago, and he knew that they were beginning to take over.
To all Venezuelans in Chicago, this is the warning. Stay neutral. Somebody please translate. Stay neutral. If you know somebody that's in your building, don't let them run in that building, and don't let nobody see them run in that building. Because once word get out that that's the building that they in, they gonna chop that down.
Yep.
Whatever building, the abandoned building y'all occupying and all that, you better get your food and just stay in the house.
Yeah, and he was serious, and that is part of this story. They say that the native gangs, the gangster disciples, the Black P Stones, the Vice Lords, the Latin Kings, and Satan disciples may now be taking up arms against Tren de Aragua. And this could get really bad. Now, there's a guy, and I love this story. There's a guy who is sounding the alarm. He is a Chicagoan. He's from the South Side. And his name is Tyrone Muhammad. And this is a guy who is leading the organization called Ex-Cons for Trump. And I love this because what he is talking about is twofold. Number one, he is talking about what Donald Trump did for his community and how through the Second Step Act, he released a lot of folks that were overcharged during the 1994 crime bill period with Bill Clinton and Joe Biden, as Joe Biden was the leader of the Senate. And so he talks about why it is that he is so supportive of Donald Trump and why it is now that he is sounding the alarm on this coming war between the native gangs in Chicago and the Venezuelans.
So ex-con for Trump is really an agitation as a pushback against the current Democrat administration. So for 60 years, we've been mass incarceration on the Democratic Party. We've been violated on the Democratic
Like
Party.
the 1996 crime bill, sponsored by Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, who are both here at the convention.
Right.
Right, that was during the convention, and now he's speaking out regarding these gangs. This is the quote from the New York Post. when the black gangs here on the south side of Chicago get fed up with the illegalities and the criminal activities of these migrants or non-citizens, the city of Chicago is going to go up in flames. And there will be nothing the National Guard or the government or local law enforcement can do about it when the bloodshed hits the streets. He says it'll be blacks against migrants. Tyrone Muhammad says. Muhammad, since getting out of prison, has cleaned up his act and become a leader, as I've been telling you, of ex-cons for the community and social change, a group that patrols the dangerous streets of Chicago's South Side. And he says that the locals, as you know, and we've been documenting this, he says the locals are irate over how the migrant community as a whole has started to take over the city. He says it is impossible to release gang members and criminals into our country through the borders and broken walls and infiltrate them into our community that's already impoverished and broken without destroying these cities. And that is exactly what is happening. And so at this point, it's all about Chicago. And at his point is it's all about Chicago and how these migrants are costing his city not only resources, but also lives.
In this city of Chicago, Democrats have spent billions of dollars on migrants and immigrants while our community suffer. You have over 18,000 ex-cons that's homeless. Yet we talk public safety.
Yeah, and that's what he's talking about. He's talking about how the people in charge in Chicago, you can talk about, the mayor, you can talk about the governor, you can talk about the alderman, whatever. But the truth is, the reality is that sanctuary city policies have consequences. And in Chicago, you are seeing innocent people robbed and killed by these migrants and by this gang, Tren de Aragua. They say the city's taxpayers have doled out just under $150 million on migrant-related expenses since August of 2022, city data shows. Some of those are reportedly going to members of Tren de Aragua, with many getting government benefits and EBT cards, and even pushing black tenants out of apartments because the city will pay landlords more for the housing of migrants. Yeah, that is what's going on. And yet you have people like Oprah Winfrey and Taylor Swift and other folks that are out there saying that the Harris administration and the Biden-Harris administration, they are all about joy. Now, what is this guy, Tyrone Muhammad? What does he specifically say about the policies of Donald Trump versus the policies of Kamala Harris? That story and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Weather today, a high of 87, rain possible as well. Right now, 71 degrees at Super Talk. 99.7 WTN. Is one American city about to go up in flames? Chicago, specifically the south side of Chicago. Tren de Aragua. They have apparently either they've moved or there's just another chapter from Aurora, Colorado and Denver, Colorado. You know that story. We've told you about that story. They were taking over supposedly these apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. Donald Trump says he's going to go to Aurora. Now they have turned up on the south side of Chicago. And the folks out there in Chicago on the south side, I've just been telling you about what's going on, where you have this gang. And they're all about murder, mayhem, drugs, human trafficking. It goes on and on. And they're actually getting $150 million in Illinois or Chicago benefits, paid for by the very taxpayers who are in desperate and dire need of those resources. And they're going to the Venezuelans. 'Venezuelans. They're going to Tren de Aragua. 'Venezuelans. 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 ' And so the people of Chicago, I mean, they are really, really angry. And so now the question is, and here's the deal, and I've said this time and time again, okay, city of Chicago, who'd you vote for? Did you vote for Joe Biden? Did you vote for the governor, J.D. Pritzker? Who'd you vote for? I don't know who the mayor of Chicago is, but I can sure as hell tell you that person is a Democrat. So I don't feel sorry for them. But they do need to change things in Chicago. And now, if you're just joining us, you've got all of these local gangs in Chicago that apparently are going to form a super gang, they say. And this guy, Tyrone Muhammad, says, who is leader of ex-cons for Trump. And he says all of these different gangs are going to take up arms against the Venezuelans. And one of the things that this guy, Tyrone Muhammad, is saying, he's been all over the local media, is that you got all of these people on the left, and they're all talking about Donald Trump, and now he's a threat to democracy, he's a threat to our nation, and all of this BS. And they blame Donald Trump for everything that's happened over the past 3.5 years when Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been in office. They're blaming Donald Trump. And one guy, well, more than one guy, but this guy, Tyrone Muhammad, he's not about to fall for that rhetoric and that BS.
We can't talk about Trump. Forget about Trump. This is a Democrat-led city. Really a Democrat-led state, except way down state. But overall, Democrats rule the states, and a lot of our top cities where migrants are have frequent Democrats rule that. So all the issues that we talk, you can make Trump the scapegoat all you want to, but it's not Trump's fault that these cities and communities look like they look.
There you go. By the way, in Aurora, Colorado, they have a new sort of map out that shows the buildings affected by gang activity. So I guess if we can't say, and apparently we can't, if we can't say that the gangs have taken over these buildings, then we'll say that they have been impacted or affected by the gang activity of Tren de Aragua. And so it's just sort of like, because here's what we're noticing. We're noticing that if we don't frame things in exactly the right way, then the media will push back and completely lose track, conveniently, because they do this on purpose, but they'll completely lose track of the bigger point. And the bigger point is that whether the Haitians were eating cats and dogs or not, and I'm not going down that road, they're missing focus on the bigger picture, which is the fact that they have negatively impacted that community big time. And by the way, there are police reports and there are witnesses that have said that that is happening. But you can't deny the auto accidents that have happened because of the Haitian immigrants, the illegal aliens in Springfield, Ohio. But I'm not going down that road. Right now, we're talking about the Tren de Aragua gang out there in the south side of Chicago. So now the big question is going to be this. And by the way, don't forget, is the Obama Library, is that on the south side of Chicago? I think it is. The Obama Library, Google that for me, won't you, Mason? So I think the Obama Library, Presidential Library, is on the south side of Chicago. Whatever. But here's what we know, is that if there ultimately ends up to be this explosion of gang activity where all of these south side of Chicago native gangs ultimately end up fighting or uniting and then fighting Tren de Aragua, that is going to be a major news story. And this guy, Tyrone Muhammad, and many others are saying that this is actually something that is going to happen. And you just heard the guy. You just heard him say, you can't blame Trump for this. This is something that the Democrats have caused. This is something that the Democrats have brought to our cities and brought to our states. And this is why when Donald Trump says, and he said it over the weekend, that he wants to ban sanctuary cities at the federal level, to me, I think that whether or not he can actually do that remains to be seen. There are ways that he can do that. States' rights, you can talk about the makeup of Congress, whatever. But just the fact that he's saying it, hopefully the American people will take a notice as to what the former president is saying. because that is really needed. 622 on Nashville's Morning News. We've got Jeff Malinoff in for Joan Jones. Jeff, what is coming up in the news?
Well, we got new endorsements for both Harris and Trump. Also, Israel's warning to citizens in Lebanon. Those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Dan Mandis here, 622 now. You know how much I love the Glock store. It is where I buy my guns, my ammo, and my accessories, and it is where I learned to shoot and I continue to train. Now, you know, training at the Glock store is outstanding because every session is a private lesson in private rooms, not public lanes. But we've been telling you about the parties they do at the Glock store as well. Now, I've seen bachelor parties going on and birthday parties, retirements. They even do corporate team building as well. So if you've got a loved one or a friend that is all about the Second Amendment and shooting, how great would a party be at the Glock store? Now, they'll include a VIP room with a kitchen, dedicated shooting rooms with instructors, and shooting activities designed for every level. They also include ammo, and even full auto options. So, to get your party started, call them 615-682-6565, 615-682-6565, and they can start planning a customized party just for your needs. The Glock store is my place to shoot and party. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hey, coming up at 6:35, Jonathan Fahey is going to join us, going to talk about Kamala Harris throwing down the gauntlet. She is willing to debate Donald Trump on a CNN interview. All right. We'll get right on that, Kamala. So that story for you. And coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, I thought is really interesting. Donald Trump did a great interview with Cheryl Atkinson, and he spoke a lot about the vaccines. And we're going to talk about that as well straight ahead in the 7 o'clock hour on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open. Say good morning, won't you? 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Dan Mandis here. In case you're wondering, JB is out ill in today. Mason is in for him. And Joan is out for her arm surgery. Jeff Malinoff is filling in for Joan. And always appreciate you listening. Dan Mandis here. Great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking. Now, my friends at Loan Pronto have rates that begin with a 4. Now, this is the best rate in years. Now, listen. If your current rate is over 6%, you can dump that rate and lower your house payment big time. Now, Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. So whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time to call Loan Pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop right now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days with almost no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act right now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. So call them, Loan Pronto, tell them Dan told you to reach out. They can get you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit.
.30 on the dot. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. It is still 69 degrees, still clear out there. The rain's going to come later on the day. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari released a new video statement Sunday night directed to the Lebanese residents on the border. His warning, move out of harm's way now, as they describe a new wave of attacks against Hezbollah targets at villages along the border.
This is an advance warning for your own safety and the safety of your family. We advise civilians from Lebanese villages located in and next to buildings and areas used by Hezbollah for military purpose, such as those used to store weapons, to immediately move out of harm's way for their own safety.
Election 2024 news. New endorsements for both candidates Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Here's ABC's Perry Rasum.
Both candidates picking up new endorsements. More than 700 former military and national security officials will support Harris, while the mayor of a Detroit suburb with a large Arab American community has endorsed Trump.
News in Nashville. A man is facing charges in Henry County after allegedly posting photos of women and minors on social media with sexual comments. Ronald Cummings of Paris, Tennessee, has been charged with sexual exploitation of a minor, according to the Henry County Sheriff's Office. Cummings was charged Sunday afternoon and has been booked into the Henry County Jail on a $50,000 bond with more charges pending. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News.
Thank you, Jeff. 632 on Super Talk and 7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, they're my friends because, number one, they did great work for me. And number two, I'm hearing now from people who have heard about Window Nation from me in Nashville's Morning News, and Window Nation has treated them right as well. Now, you know that Window Nation put new windows in my downstairs basement studio, in my bedroom, and my kitchen as well. They do look great. They are energy efficient. Now, that means that you're saving money on the purchase, on the install, and on your energy bills as well. Now, fall is here, winter is coming up next. So if it's really cold outside, think about November, December, January. If it's really cold outside and you've got the heater on and you've got some of these old and inefficient windows, then your energy bill is going to go way up. Not to mention it's going to be colder inside your home. That's where Window Nation comes in. A great deal going on right now. You buy 2 windows, you're going to get 2 free, pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. So even if you're thinking about getting new windows, you've got to call my friends at Window Nation. They can install your windows in a day or less. Window Nation windows come with a lifetime warranty. So don't forget that great deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, pay nothing and no interest for 2 full years. That phone number, tell him Dan told you to reach out, 866-90NATION, 866-90NATION, windownation.com. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
That crash on Briley Parkway southbound on the ramp from Ashland City Highway exit 24 now is just blocking the on-ramp. It is not closed anymore. And those drop-off delays at the B&A airport have slowed down, so no issues whatsoever there. Excuse me. And that is the traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News. Jeff Malinoff in for Joan Jones. Mason Fleming in for an ailing Johnny B. Dan Mandis here. Want to welcome on into the program Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, always great having you on. Former federal prosecutor and one of our political analysts, and always great to have you on, Jonathan. So let me ask you, number one, I don't know if you're into the wacky, social media stuff, but I want to play just really quickly, and if you follow me on X, you can see this as well. Everybody knows that Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala Harris, right? So now there's this whole movement on social media where it's basically MAGA chicks or hot chicks for Donald Trump. But listen to how this is playing out.
Voting Donald Trump, baby. Voting Donald Trump.
And it is like one MAGA chick after another. And they're doing that. They go
Voting Donald Trump.
from Taylor Swift to voting Donald Trump, baby, baby. Let me ask you a question, Jonathan, and this may be a little off the wall, but I think that there's definitely a pro-Donald Trump culture on social media. There's a lot of pro-Kamala culture within the mainstream media and also some social media as well. But what do you think when you see those kinds of videos where there clearly is a lot of pro-Donald Trump contingent on social media? Does it give you hope that Trump is going to do well in this next election? How much do you play into that?
I don't know really what that's worth, but I do think your point is good that social media and these other outlets are the outlets for Donald Trump and for conservatives in a lot of ways because the mainstream media is so biased, such a left-leaning bias so in favor of Harris. But it is interesting. It does, in some respects, I get the vibe that a lot of young people are turning away from the Democratic Party because they've had 4 years of this Harris-Biden administration, which hasn't made their lives better. And the only thing the Democrats have to seemingly offer them are more handouts. And I think most young people would rather have a life with opportunity where they could buy their own home and do things on their own rather than always having to wait for the next government program. So I do think I would say on a small end, I think it does give me some hope, but I don't know how much to really weigh these things. But I do think when you look at like the Taylor Swift endorsement and some of those things, I tend to think those things either have sort of run their course over the past, 8 years, or they don't really help in any meaningful way because I think people can recognize, Taylor Swift is extraordinarily talented and deserves all the credit on that end, but I don't think people are looking for her for guidance on meaningful things in their lives because her life doesn't really have a lot in common with most of us, which, she's earned her success, but it doesn't mean I think she's particularly relatable on political type of issues.
No, they talk about from the Hill. Historically, most candidates Swift has endorsed did not soar to victory. And I think that is most certainly the case. And so for me, I'm not necessarily worried about Taylor Swift. I do worry about, the more that I think about it, I think that she may have some sway in a very close election. I do worry about that. But how much play will she really have? That does remain to be seen. One of the things I think that Kamala Harris is such a flawed candidate that you're really, trying to, put lipstick on a pig. And no, I'm not trying to call Kamala Harris a pig. What I'm trying to say is that her campaign has been, depends on how you frame it or how you define it, right? So you could say that her campaign has been a huge success because she's doing well in the polls and she literally has done nothing to earn those numbers. I don't think she did particularly well in the debate, with the exception of have the moderators protect her and go after Donald Trump. That's number one. Number two, I don't really believe the polling. But number three, she's not giving any interviews. So you could say that her campaign has been a huge success or a massive failure. It just depends on how you look at it, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. In a lot of ways, it's an amazing success because if you think about it, you look at her as a candidate, she was a horrendous candidate when she ran for president back in 2020, didn't get any votes. She's been a failure as vice president within a failing administration. They stopped putting her out for any substantive issues after about a year. So everyone thought of her as a joke within the administration. Then she basically gets handed this nomination and does nothing that resembles traditional campaigning, nothing to earn the votes, nothing to talk to voters, talk to serious media. And however this thing breaks out, it's fairly impressive for somebody to be who is so on her own personally unimpressive in terms of substance and everything else to be this close. It really does say a lot about the media and says a lot about sort of this Democratic machinery but you're right, it is kind of impressive. And it also just shows, which I know you talked about a lot, but it shows how bad she is, because they look at any time she makes a public appearance as a potential catastrophe. And you look at that what was that Oprah interview, well, I don't know, about a week ago, and it's like, this is somebody that spoke on her behalf at the Democratic convention. I mean, you cannot get a friendlier interview, and she still utterly bombs it. And if you look at some of those clips, Oprah looked embarrassed. I mean, I'm sure she is. Like, she's probably thinking, like, look what I've achieved in my life through hard work and all of these things, and this person cannot even talk in a serious way about issues directly relating to the job she supposedly has now. It's so embarrassing.
Well, she speaks in a very kind of a loopy kind of a way, and circuitous ways that she speaks is just, it's not a straight line, and she rarely answers the question. It's just, yeah, I get it. It's word salad is what everybody says, and that's all fine for Kamala Harris, because amazingly, it seems to be working for her, which I think is to my point and your point, which is, I think that a lot of these Democrats and a lot of these Kamala supporters, I think that they're voting against Donald Trump and not necessarily for Kamala Harris. I'm going to get you to respond to that. Coming up, 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. .645, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, high of 87, rain possible as well. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. So how impactful is the never Trump vote, not amongst the Republicans, but generally speaking, because you look at Kamala Harris's ability or inability to speak and ability or refusal to debate. I could go on and on. She's not going to participate in the Al Smith charity dinner in New York, which I think is very telling. Are people just voting against Donald Trump regardless as to how bad the other candidate is?
Yeah, I think that is the strategy, is make her just sort of almost like this non-entity and just try to build up his negatives. And that's why I think after the second assassination attempt, the Democrats just went full on still threat to democracy. They didn't even take a breath on that one, because really that, it's not just a feature of their strategy. Their strategy is just personally tear into Donald Trump and abortion. Everything else they know is a loser. But yeah, I think that is build up his negatives. And you figure Donald Trump probably has a solid, going into this thing, a 47% vote that he has locked in for himself. But there's probably another 47% on the other end that is locked in against him. So they're fighting for the 6%. So if they could just drive up his negatives and not offend anyone with her, or not offend anyone that's already voting for Donald Trump with her, I think that's probably their strategy, and just keep hiding her or throw her out there every week or so on Oprah or something, just easy for her. I mean, that was hard for her, but that should be easy for her. But yeah, you're right about, talked about the Al Smith dinner, which I think that is just, they view that as another potential landmine, because it's scripted, because I know you've watched this, and it's probably a lot of your listeners, but it's this, supposedly lighthearted roast where the candidates, poke fun at each other, but they just know that she would be really bad at that, even with the best writers on her side, and probably can't take even a lighthearted jab coming her way. But it does show, hey, they really don't like this Catholic vote, these Catholic, the Catholics, and you do think the Catholic vote should be pretty important in, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, or, there's a sizable percentage of Catholics there. So that's kind of an interesting move, but I think it just shows the campaign is terrified of putting her out there in anything that's not the most controlled, easy setting for her to get through with her whatever platitudinal gibberish, word salad, or whatever. Yeah. But I think overall your premise is right. It's just attack Donald Trump is the campaign.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, the Al Smith dinner, has been going on for a long time. Benefits Catholic charities. Traditionally, the Harris campaign says, well, they want to spend as much time in battleground states as possible. And I mean, I think almost all candidates for the past, couple decades maybe, have gone to this Al Smith dinner. And so this is obviously something that they are terrified of, which I thought was really interesting then, that she is out there now and she's saying, all right, so I'll do a debate with Donald Trump on CNN. And I think Trump has said, no, I'm done. And I understand if you say, oh, Trump should debate Kamala Harris on CNN. Well, how do we know that that's going to be fair? I mean, look at what happened with the ABC debate. Most of that fact-checking by David Muir, turns out he was wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And people go back to that debate with Biden on CNN. But at that point, there was still this question of whether Biden was going to stay in the race. So there was a little bit probably more aggressiveness on CNN's and going after Biden. Now that the nominees are locked in, I would be surprised if it's a fair debate. I do think it would be a fair trade to say do a Fox debate, I'll do the CNN debate. That would seem perfectly fair. And I do think Donald Trump, I mean, I get his point, but I do think, back to what I was saying earlier, the more people see of her, the more, the people that aren't paying attention will all of a sudden, at some point it'll dawn on them that, like, she has no idea what she's talking about.
Do you know what's interesting, though, Jonathan, real quick? Do you know what's interesting, though, is that she did, I thought, well in the debate with ABC. Now, hear me out, because people are going to start yelling at me. What I mean by that is that she went into prosecutor mode. She did have the moderators on her side, and she kept the word salads fairly to a minimum. But she shanked the Oprah thing, which was more casual. So I'm trying to figure out, obviously, I believe she had the questions in advance and for the ABC debate, and I think that a lot of that stuff was memorized, but she looked stoned, in my opinion, or drunk during the Oprah thing. She just did. She speaks so loopy that, I mean, listening to her, I wanted to eat some Cheetos. You know what I'm saying? So I find it interesting that easy layup is Oprah. She shanks it. Debate, she actually did better. I don't understand that. Do you?
Yeah, other than what you said, I think she had, 6 days of just memorizing the rehearsed canned answers with predictable type of questions. And I think Oprah doesn't, Oprah is an easy interview. I mean, and she supports her, but it probably wasn't these things that were as predictable to give out these, sound bites and things like that. So, but it is funny how bad she is on things like that. But I think, the thing I think it would help Trump on the next time is, she can't do the same shtick again. It would almost become, sort of obvious. And I think Trump would do better. But I do think she did much better than I thought she would do on that debate. But again, it was just spitting out answers other people gave her. It wasn't like it was just whatever her advisors say. This is what you say. She was able to memorize it. So, congratulations to her on that. But I don't think there's anything substantive coming from her.
So what are you thinking about as we wrap this up, Jonathan? What are you thinking about the polls? I mean, I am so cynical of the polls. They're overpolling Democrat. In my opinion, they're overpolling Democrats, and I'm having a hard time believing them. What I know is that this is going to be really close.
Yeah, that's what I think. And yeah, it does seem like, if you compare him to 2016 and 2020, Trump is ahead, meaning if the polls are as off as they were before, Trump should be, ahead by a little bit right now. But who knows how good these polls are. But I do think they tend to oversample and tend to almost sort of campaign for the other side. And you look at those betting markets, I don't know if you follow those, but the last time I checked, I think it was like Harris 50, Trump 48, or like they're really, really close. So, I do think I think everyone was saying, it's going to be Pennsylvania, and that's where they all put everything in on it. And you do wonder, will there be some world event or other type of domestic event that happens in the next month that could shake this thing up as well? Is probably something, the October surprise or whatever people want to call it. Is there something else out there that may happen or may drop that could change this thing? But yeah, it does seem razor tight. And I wouldn't, when you talk about the betting markets, I don't think anyone is confident in their bet, whichever way they're coming out right now.
Could go either way. Jonathan Fahey, as always, thank you very much for joining us here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jeff Melanoff is in for Joan Jones. Jeff, what is coming up?
We got an update on the man who attempted to rob an 89-year-old woman this weekend. Also, the main topic to be discussed at the UN Assembly. Those stories at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Jeff. 6:54. Dan Mandis here for Paul Winkler. Now, let me ask you this. How do you know who you can trust financially? Now, we've seen roughly 30 to 40 lawsuits against insurance companies for trying to sell inappropriate deferred annuities to our elderly. Now, that's right. These investments are often pushed on TV, dinner workshops, radio. They've often got crazy high expenses. They pay high commissions. They get low returns. And yes, they're typically hard to get out of. It doesn't really make sense for older folks especially. But listen, if this is happening, and it is based on the lawsuits, and older folks are getting ripped off, don't let that happen to you or your parents or your grandparents. Call my guy, Paul Winkler, and his team. Now, that's who I trust. And when you sit down with his team, you realize why they're looking out for your best interest, because they care. Now, I do have to disclose that I am paid for these ads, but I'm also a real client of Paul Winkler's. Paul is somebody I trust with my money, and I have been working with Paul Winkler for a decade now. So check him out. Tell him Dan told you to reach out, paulwinkler.com. That's paulwinkler.com, 615-851-1950, 615-851-1950. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
It's 7 o'clock. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. It's still 69 degrees out there. Expect rain later on in the day. That full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. News in Nashville. New evidence has been reported on Marcus Douglas, the 42-year-old who has been charged with aggravated robbery of a 20-year-old Vanderbilt student and attempted aggravated robbery of an 89-year-old woman. The gun he used in the robbery was found in a truck and has been confirmed to be stolen out of Murfreesboro. Douglas remains in custody on a $110,000 bond for all the charges. UN General Assembly is starting this week, and the conflict in the Middle East expected to be one of the main focuses of President Biden's address. Here's ABC's Jay Ryan.
President Biden will address the UN on Tuesday. White House officials say the top priority for him is reaffirming American leadership on the world stage, also trying to end brutal conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza. It was just a few weeks before the start of the Israel-Hamas war that was the last time these more than 140 world leaders gathered together. That conflict in that region will take center stage.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Dow futures were higher overnight after last week's interest rate cut launched the industrials to a new record high. The Dow went into the weekend above 42,000, while the S&P and NASDAQ composites slipped on Friday. Thousands of white-collar workers at Boeing are starting rolling furloughs this morning. It's part of a money-saving move by the company, while over 30,000 of its machinists are on strike. Talks between Boeing and the union have stalled. Discount airline JetBlue is joining the likes of American, Delta, and United, opening its first airport lounges in late 2025. New York's JFK and Boston Logan will get the first lounges, offering free food and drinks to JetBlue frequent flyers. And your morning pick-me-up may pick your pocket a little more. Brazil's worst drought in more than 70 years is cutting into coffee bean production, pushing prices higher. Heat and drought in Vietnam, the world's number 2 coffee producer, are affecting crops there. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The futures ahead of the opening bell are all pointing upwards. Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ are all up less than 1%, but up nonetheless. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Briley Parkway southbound on the on-ramp from eastbound Ashland City Highway exit 24. That ramp is still somewhat blocked due to that crash. Fortunately, we're not hitting that rush hour traffic just yet. A little bit of traffic on 40 and 24, but everywhere else is looking pretty open. This is Jeff Malinoff. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on into your Monday, September 23rd. Busy morning. Jeff Malinoff filling in for Joan Jones. Joan is out getting her arm worked on. Johnny B is out sick today as well. Wishing him the best. Mason Fleming is in for Johnny. I cannot wait until the 8 o'clock hour. Now, not that the 7 o'clock hour is going to suck, but I'm especially looking forward to the 8 o'clock hour. Have you heard the song? It's called Fighter.
I'm a fighter. No one can say that I'm around.
If you do nothing else today, please go to my X feed on X, on X, Dan Mandis Show, because I have posted the link to the video for the song Fighter by John Kahn.
'Cause I hit harder when I'm tired.
And it basically chronicles the Trump campaign. And it is a great song. And find me on X at Dan Mandis Show. I posted the link. I just did it. Well, coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, going to have the executive of Based Records joining us, Chris Wallen, and they are unapologetically conservative, and they are seemingly unapologetically supportive of Donald Trump, especially with this song called Fighter by John Kahn. And this is the kind of guy that I really want to promote, and I really want you to see the video. By the way, I think this song has now is at the tops of iTunes or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't follow such things. What I can tell you is that it is a great song. I also, looking forward to speaking to the executive of Based Records, Chris Wallen. That is coming up in the 8 o'clock hour at 8:06 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And while you're there, had a lot of people react, and I love this. I had a lot of people react to when I played Taylor Swift earlier this morning. And listen, I'm not playing it to drive you folks nuts. I actually, Chris Hand and I, we have a lot of conversations on the air and off the air about what is going on with the culture these days. Because I think, there is a lot going on as far as a culture goes. And here in America, who is winning the culture war? Now, I love the fact that MAGA Chicks is now trending on the socials. And really what they're doing is they're mocking Taylor Swift for her endorsement of Kamala Harris.
Voting Donald Trump, baby.
I love this.
Voting Donald Trump, baby.
I
respect women more than I respect men. Are the men insulted by that?
Voting Donald Trump.
And of course, if you know how TikTok and Instagram works, you've got, every single one of these passages where they have a very, good-looking woman that is a MAGA Trump girl, MAGA chicks, I think they're calling it. And it's really great. And really what they're doing is they are mocking Taylor Swift. And I love that. The Hill, earlier, I was speaking to Jonathan Fahey about that. The Hill has a big, long article. Maybe I'll talk about it a little bit later on this hour, where they're actually saying that for a lot of Americans, Taylor Swift endorsing Kamala Harris isn't necessarily something that is going to help Kamala Harris. I don't know. My head is so wrapped around the axle on the polling out there that there's polling out there today. Here, you want to hear it? New York Times. Then I'm going to get to a really interesting article on Donald Trump and an interesting interview on Donald Trump as he speaks about what is going on with vaccines and really his legacy on vaccines. Really interesting. But this is it. But how disgusted am I with the polls? That even when there's a poll that is positive for Donald Trump, I don't care. New York Times. Donald Trump has pulled ahead of Kamala Harris in Arizona and is leading in tight races in Georgia and North Carolina, according to a New York Times Siena poll. That came out just this morning. But you know what? It's going to come down to Pennsylvania. It's going to come down to Michigan. It's going to come down to, I personally believe it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. So, for me, I'm disgusted with the polls. I don't buy the polls. I feel like they have no credibility. So I'm not going to bother too much with them. Biggest poll, of course, is going to be on Election Day and before Election Day. Remember, vote early and vote often. Thank you. 712, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Donald Trump was asked, it was a great interview, really one of my favorite interviews in quite some time, by Cheryl Atkinson. Aaron sent this to me, one of my favorite listeners, only because she sends me a lot of great content. And Cheryl Atkinson was interviewing Donald Trump, and she asked him about Operation Warp Speed and the 2 vaccines that were produced as COVID was rampaging throughout the world and here in America. Now, realize, as I set this up, for many conservatives, this is an interesting point of contention, the vaccines, for a number of different reasons. But this is the question and Donald Trump's answer.
On COVID, you frequently say at your rallies and so on that you don't feel like you get enough credit on COVID. But by nearly every assessment, the CDC failed miserably at job one. And yes, the COVID vaccines were developed in record time, but as we now know, they don't prevent infection, illness, or transmission, and they have very potentially serious side effects. Do you think that maybe they were approved too fast? And in hindsight, based on what we know now, what would you have done differently?
Well, I think they're doing studies on the vaccines, and we're going to find out. And it'll come out one way or the other. But I really had a mandate to get vaccines done, and I got them done very quickly in record time.
So here's the thing. We'll never really know. I mean, some people think that they know, but we don't. We'll never really know what would have happened without the vaccines because they were manufactured, right? So we'll never really know how life would have been like or how many people would have died without the vaccines and so forth. Were lives saved? Were they not? I would say that, yeah, some lives were saved. But my issue, of course, is that I don't like the fact that they were mandated. Now, again, I believe that they probably did save some lives. But, here's the deal. Many people were forced to take them under Joe Biden that, in my opinion, didn't need the vaccine. The mandates were incredibly damaging to any amount of trust that we had in our government, which, frankly, we don't have a whole heck of a lot anyway. So when Joe Biden came out with his vaccine mandate, it was a major point of contention. So it's important for people to distinguish between Donald Trump and his getting of these vaccines manufactured. They're certainly not perfect, as we're going to get into, but manufacturing of the vaccines through Operation Warp Speed and Joe Biden's mandate. There is a huge difference between the two. We're going to talk about that straight ahead. 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather goes, today a high of 87 degrees and some rain possible as well. 71 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN at 7:15. Dan Mandis here talking about, I'm not sure if I was surprised by what Donald Trump had to say about, basically he was asked about his vaccine legacy and, does he understand the fact that the vaccines are not all that they were made to be. And it was Operation Warp Speed. One of the things that I said in my own concerns about the vaccine was, so we're going to be forced to take vaccines that were manufactured under Operation Warp Speed. What could go wrong, right? So here's the deal. When it comes to Joe Biden and what he did regarding the mandates was far more destructive than, at least to me, the vaccines themselves. And yes, I do understand that there are some side effects, and we're going to get into that. There are some side effects with these vaccines. People that never should have taken these vaccines were forced to take them thanks to Joe Biden and his mandates. And so when Donald Trump says, I never really get any credit for the vaccines, well, I think that conservatives, it's just a real sore spot for us because of the fact that there was a mandate courtesy of Joe Biden. Also, the lockdowns, a very big deal for conservatives because we know that those lockdowns also had horrific, and I mean horrific consequences. We all know about the vaccines, that many people did end up getting COVID and they did have that natural immunity. And then, of course, along comes the vaccine and they were forced to take the vaccine as well. It goes on and on. Donald Trump doesn't want to talk about his legacy with the vaccines really very much.
The Democrats love it. The Democrats love it and the Republicans don't. It's very interesting. The vaccines, they love it. I have a friend of mine who said to me, why don't you talk about the vaccine, what you did with the vaccine? He's a Democrat, but I'm sure he voted for me. He said, what you did was the most incredible thing that any president has ever done. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives all over the world. And this was just recently, very smart guy. He said, I don't understand why you don't talk about it. And I don't talk about it.
Well, listen, the reason why Donald Trump, and I'm saying this as a Donald Trump supporter, the reason why he doesn't want to talk about it is because he does know that mistakes were made. He trusted Anthony Fauci too much, clearly. He knows that he was wrong to recommend those lockdowns. What is it, 12 days to stop the spread? It ended up being how long, really? He knows that he was wrong to recommend, again, those lockdowns. He knows that, yes, there has been criticisms of those lockdowns that he recommended. The masks under Dr. Anthony Fauci. First, it was like wear them, then don't wear them, then wear them. Then it was like double mask. Then it was like full-size body condoms. It was absolutely ridiculous. Now, as far as the side effects go to the vaccines, many studies have been done to determine the side effects. And there, as you just heard Donald Trump say, they're still going on. You've got myocarditis, heart conditions. You've got Guillain-Barré syndrome. Research continues all the time, but they are finding side effects to the vaccines. And the more research continues, the more that we do find these side effects.
But if you go to Pfizer, if you go to some of these companies, they have charts and they have all sorts of statistics. And I say, why don't you release those statistics? Let people know. But I don't talk about it. I can say this. The Democrats would love to claim it. The Republicans don't want to claim it. But it'll be determined, I'd say, over the next 12 months. I say this in terms of overall. I think I did an amazing job with COVID. I never got the credit for it. Remember that more people died under Biden-Harris than died under Trump. And they had a much easier time because when it came in here, nobody knew what it was. It came from the Wuhan labs, which I always said but nobody really knew what it was, where it came from, nothing. They knew nothing.
So scientists will more than likely tell you that the side effects are very small when it comes to the amount of lives saved. But again, we really don't know or won't know what would have happened because these vaccines were mandated, not by Donald Trump, but by Joe Biden.
We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us. This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you.
So it is a particularly prickly time for Donald Trump and certainly for Joe Biden. Amazing, too, isn't it? That nobody really wants to talk about the vaccine mandates by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Nobody seems to want to talk about that, despite the fact that we have seen those side effects. Meantime, Biden and the Democrats refuse to hold China accountable. And we now have a guy like Tim Walz who has cozied up to China to the point where it is alarming, and he is Kamala Harris's running mate. And Biden and Walz and Harris refuse to see the threat that China poses. And that's where the COVID virus came from. And by the way, Kamala Harris, as everyone knows, stood by the President Biden, as he implemented those mandates. And also, let's not forget this whopper of a lie by Joe Biden.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
All right. So again, obviously that turned out not to be true. So the worrisome part in all of this is what will happen if, Lord help us, this happens again. Have the Republicans learned their lessons on lockdowns? I hope so. What have the Democrats learned? That onerous and heavy-handed lockdowns, not to mention conspiring with social media companies to censor free speech, it did work to their advantage. You know that if you had concerns or issues or were trying to point out what was going on with these vaccines or these lockdowns, you were censored. If you're a scientist, your career was destroyed. And yes, I know that we can also talk about the manipulation of election laws in states all across the country to change those laws outside of the state legislatures. That, yes, it did impact the elections. And so I think that's why Donald Trump probably doesn't really like to talk about it, because he knows that he made some mistakes. But he also knows that his accomplishments led to horrendous and onerous mistakes by our federal government that did impact our freedoms and did impact our election as well. So that's probably why he brought RFK on to his campaign. Very much of a vaccine skeptic. And I think, at least personally, bringing on RFK was a really smart move. But yeah, nobody really wants to talk about Biden and Harris and their vaccine mandates, or the fact that they did mandate those vaccines, and now we are seeing those side effects. And of course, we also know the onerous lockdowns also had a horrible impact on society and especially our children. 7:23, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Jeff Malinoff in for Joan Jones. Jeff, what's coming up?
We got updates on the man accused of planning to assassinate Donald Trump. Also, Israel warning citizens in Lebanon. We'll have those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jeff. Do you know how many newscasters on television and radio that I've heard screw up Lebanon and Lebanon?
Ken Weaver and I were talking about we cannot mess this up. And he messed it up on Friday, and I messed it up today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I bet you were like laughing at it because he messed it up on Friday.
Karma, friend. Karma. Ken, if you're listening, I'm sorry, my friend. I humbly apologize.
Yeah, I need you to stop messing up. I don't need pagers blowing up in my backyard.
Oh.
All right, moving right along, 7:24 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to call my friends at Cove Generators, because right now they are offering you a free 7-year warranty worth over $1,000. So if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator, now is the time to do it with my friends at Cove Generators. Plus, great financing options right now are also available. Now, Cove Generators, they are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer in the state of Tennessee. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators generators and never lose power again. 931-559-3311. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out and get that free 7-year warranty. They're going to answer any questions you have. My buddy generator, Dave, the entire team standing by for whatever questions you may have. Cove Generators can also service your Generac automatic standby generators or any brand of generator that you own. So call them 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311, covegenerators.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, I'm in the middle of a great backyard makeover, and I certainly do know the value of updating and upgrading your backyard. And Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you if you've been thinking about upgrading your backyard as well. Now, think about what you would want in your perfect backyard. Then check them out online at moonvalleynurseries.com. Moonvalleynurseries.com. You can actually add a ton of livable space to your home when you do this, not to mention increase the value of your home. A lot of people have backyards and you don't have any real livable space out there. You can't spend any amount of time back there. Moon Valley Nurseries, they can help you today. You can prepare for any backyard event, big or small. They can help you by creating the perfect setting for anything, big or small. So find them online, moonvalleynurseries.com. That's moonvalleynurseries.com. And they can help you by giving you an exclusive design consultation. Find them online, moonvalleynurseries.com.
7:30 on the dot. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Right now it's 70 degrees, expected to be the high 80s later on today. That traffic and weather coming up after the news. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari released a new video statement Sunday night directed to the Lebanese residents on the border. His warning, move out of harm's way now because more strikes against Hezbollah, targets inside Lebanon, are coming.
The IDF will engage in extensive, precise strikes against terror targets which have been embedded widely throughout Lebanon. We ask residents of Lebanese villages to pay attention to the message and warning published by the IDF and heed them.
Moving back to the United States, the man who has been accused with attempting to assassinate former President Donald Trump after being caught with a rifle near Trump's golf course is appearing in court today. Here's Jim Ryan.
Ryan Wesley Routh has already been charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. The 58-year-old is to appear in a West Palm Beach federal court for a pre-detention hearing today. Trump was playing golf September 16th when a Secret Service agent spotted a gun barrel poking from a tree line. It's thought that Ralph fled from the area without firing a shot. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
As the war between Ukraine and Russia continues, Ukrainian President Zelensky is in New York asking for donors for more money. Here's ABC's Tom Rivers.
Zelensky says the attacks highlight the need for more Western weapons to, in his words, help protect lives and ensure safety. And while at the UN, he'll be back pounding a now familiar theme. He wants long-range capabilities to reach deep into Russia, which could pry open a Pandora's box of escalation. Ukraine's defense chief, meanwhile, says talks are ongoing to get some European fighter jets. Tom Rivers, ABC News at the Foreign Desk.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News.
See you at 7:30. Thank you. Zero Res. I'm getting ready to do it. Don't have to nag the host. 7:33 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Zero Res. You know how much I love Zero Res because they keep my carpets insanely clean, and I always take advantage of their special pricing to save money as well. Now, you know that in my house, I do use them all the time with kids and dogs. I need to call them more often than I would like, but the great news is they don't use any harsh chemicals, and that means pure safety for my family. Now, Zero Res has the highest approval rating possible from the Carpet and Rug Institute. Now, when they clean, they don't leave anything behind, just soft and fluffy carpets. When they come to my house, they arrive on time and leave with me as a satisfied customer, yet another satisfied customer. Right now, they've got a great deal. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $119. Plus, you're going to get a free hallway as well. $100 off of air duct cleaning, too, using Fresh 100 as the promo code. One more time, 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $119. You're also going to get a free hallway, $100 off of air duct cleaning as well, using Fresh 100 as the promo code. Restrictions may apply. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. You can always book online. ZeroResNashville.com.
We got an accident in Antioch on Bell Road at Hickory Hollow Parkway. Also, that crash with the on-ramp blocked is still there on Briley Parkway southbound. The on-ramp from eastbound Ashland City Highway exit 24. And also still expecting some little drop-off delays at the B&A International Airport, but that has cleared up somewhat. We're getting closer to that heavy rush hour traffic later on in the day. This is Jeff Malinoff. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. .39 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We're covering the fact that Israel, the IDF, really going after Hezbollah. Hezbollah, of course, fired some missiles, targeted Israeli civilian areas. You see, that's the point that so many people don't understand. Democrats, you're listening, is that Hezbollah, and Hamas, they go after civilians. They take civilian hostages. They kill civilians. They kill civilian children. Israel, you'll never get a more, and so now Israel is going after Hezbollah in Lebanon, and basically what they're saying, if if I'm reading it right, the headlines. It's not where I'm going this morning, but basically what they're saying is, listen, if you've got some of the Hamas or Hezbollah rockets or whatever hidden in your home, you better get out of your home. You better get out of that building because we're going to annihilate it. And so fair warning is you better leave the area. And I love that. But see, that's the difference between Israel and Hezbollah and Hamas. Israel sent those pagers to very specific Hezbollah fighters because they were trying to, now the stunning and stupid outrage over that is just, it's hard for me to comprehend. And basically the people that are criticizing Israel for using, as AOC would say, everyday objects to go after these terrorists, there's absolutely nothing that Israel can do to defend itself that would make the Democrats say, okay, I'm okay with that. Absolutely nothing. And so what I like about what Israel is doing, what I like what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing, is they're saying, you know what, if you've got a problem with what we're doing to defend ourselves, well, then too bad, so sad. And they're going to go in and they're going to do it. And I love that. Because sometimes you just, you're give a crap. I usually use the S word and, among my friends, but when your give a crap is busted and you could just give a rat's what as to what other people think, well, you know what? That's not a bad place to be. That's not a bad way to think. Because if Israel spent all of its time trying to placate the Biden administration and, all of these other folks out there, United Nations and so forth, then you know what? They would never be able to defend itself. And you'd have Hamas and Hezbollah rising to become even stronger. And everybody knows who the real enemy is. And the real enemy is Iran. So I love when I get off the air, I'm going to pay really close attention to what Israel is doing, because I 100,000% support what Israel is doing. Let's see here. A couple of other things really quickly. Most people seem reminding me about the Great Barrington Declaration. We're talking about Donald Trump and his sort of what he feels is his legacy regarding the vaccines. And I talked about the lockdowns and all of the negative impacts of the lockdowns. And for me, I have spoken about the Great Barrington Declaration for a long time. Other people have been saying, well, Donald Trump trusted the experts, as in the wrong people, when it came to COVID. And you're absolutely right. I mean, I think I said that in my monologue, which was he trusted Fauci. He trusted Fauci way too long, and he made mistakes. And Dr. Anthony Fauci, as I said, he destroyed the reputations of anyone who disagreed with him. And the Great Barrington Declaration is one of those instances that I will always point to as really a defining moment in that censorship movement, where you had these very reputable scientists and they all stood up and they put their hands up and they said, wait a minute, you're trying to lock down all of these schools and all of these cities and economies and so forth. And what the hell are you doing? Don't you know the negative impacts? And we're still impacted by those lockdowns to this day. And if you complained about that, if you spoke against Dr. Anthony Fauci, your reputation was destroyed. They tried to destroy your reputation, and they did everything they could to discredit everything about you. Those people were right, yet you still, to this day, you'll go on to CNN or MSNBC, even some of the networks, and they'll have Fauci back on. And they still treat him like a god. And it's absolutely insane. But realize these are the same people that advocated for vaccine mandates. These are the same people that refused to hold China accountable for COVID. And they are also the same people that will tell you that the border was closed and the border was secure. Got a lot more straight ahead. 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. a big announcement. Did you see what happened over the weekend? IRS agents for Kamala Harris. That's right. The union representing the IRS has now endorsed Kamala Harris, saying she and Biden increased their budget, allowing them, of course, to hire more IRS agents. What could be more appropriate than the IRS agents endorsing Kamala Harris? The union president was quoted as saying Kamala Harris wants to rebuild the IRS and also remember the Inflation Reduction Act increased the IRS budget by $80 billion and will allow Kamala Harris and the IRS to hire those 87,000 more agents. IRS agents for Kamala Harris. Fox News contributor Jason Chaffetz warning the Biden-Harris administration further plans to expand the IRS, most certainly if Kamala Harris is elected. Writing in a September Fox News op-ed, now the Biden-Harris administration's 2025 budget proposal calls for an additional $104 billion for the IRS. That is 8 times the annual budget, Jason Chaffetz says, just 2 years after Congress appropriated an amount that was 7 times higher than the agency's annual budget. So there you have it. Oh, so appropriate. IRS agents for Kamala Harris. A well-deserved endorsement, by the way, for Kamala Harris. Really, really kind of funny. You know what's interesting, too, is that when you look at their economic policies, Joe Biden's, Kamala Harris's, and Donald Trump, there clearly is a really good distinction between the two. There was an independent organization that looked at both of these plans, Kamala Harris's and Donald Trump's, and they did an analysis. Whose plan would be better for you? Whose plan would be better for our overall economy? Well, let's remind folks, okay, what exactly is it that Kamala Harris wants to do?
And so part of my plan is to give startup small businesses a $50,000 tax deduction to start up their small business. Right now it's $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000. So that's part of my plan.
That's a teeny tiny business.
That's a business in
teeny tiny business.
It's a concept of a business.
Yeah.
And you know what's so funny too is that with that was during Oprah, and the crowd just roared with laughter at those comments. I don't really understand what was so funny. But Vice President Kamala Harris's tax proposal, it would cost, according to the independent analysis, 800,000 jobs, roughly half as many as former President Donald Trump's plan, according to the recent analysis from the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation think tank, estimating that Harris's proposals would shrink the American long-run GDP by 2%. And reduce wages by 1.2%, while lowering employment by roughly 786,000 jobs, or almost 800,000. In other words, again, some 800,000 jobs will be lost if Kamala Harris does what she wants to do. What I also thought was interesting is when they say that Harris's tax plans would reduce wages by 1.2%, the other thing that I would ask, and maybe I'll ask somebody far smarter than me, but have they also worked into that 1.2% reduction in wages? Have they also worked in when she brings in illegal aliens? Because you know that they also suppress the wages for Americans in this country. That is absolute truth. You can look that up. So not only would her tax plan and her economic plan reduce wages by 1.2%, but then you add in the wage suppression from all of her Kamala illegal aliens, and that's also a big issue for Americans. They say the Harris economic agenda includes a corporate tax rate hike coupled with that $50,000 in handouts for small business startups, $25,000 for first-time homeowners, $6,000 in expanded child tax credits. The Tax Foundation estimates that would increase taxes by $4.1 billion over the next decade, but raise only $642 billion in net revenue. They say the tax credits and other carve-outs would complicate the tax code, run more spending through the IRS, and, together with various price controls, fail to improve affordability challenges in housing and other sectors. In other words, she wants to do all of these handouts, but those handouts simply will not help the American people, and as a matter of fact, it'll cost the American people big time. Now, Donald Trump, what has he said? Well, he's spoken about energy.
Within 12 months, your energy prices will be cut in half. We have more liquid gold under our feet than anybody else.
That's right, liquid gold, Texas tea, as the Beverly Hillbillies used to sing. Now, he wants to do all that by deregulation and says that he will drill domestically. All things lead back to the cost of oil and gas. You lower those prices, then everything else is going to follow. So lower government spending, lowering gas prices will impact inflation, will bring it down, and that would also, of course, help those higher interest rates, which right now they are higher.
So interest rates with me were at 2%. Interest rates with her and Joe, I got to add him. I don't know. Is he still the president?
I love Donald Trump. He can't complete a thought because he was on his way to say that under Joe Biden, we had inflation of 9.3%. Donald Trump handed it off at 1.4%. Other thing to think about is that people are still suffering from having to use their credit cards to pay off bills. So they are carrying that Biden-Harris credit card debt. Donald Trump also says that he wants to cut taxes on everybody again.
We will have no tax on tips. We will have no tax on overtime. And no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. No tax.
All right, so there you go. And basically the bottom line on this, because I'm running a little bit late, but worth it, is that this independent analysis did find that Donald Trump's economic plans for America will result in a better economy for everyday Americans than Kamala Harris. I did X this out. I posted it to my X feed. You can follow me at Dan Manda Show at 7:53. We've got Jeff Malinoff in for Joe and Jones. Jeff, what's coming up?
Well, we got an update on the shooting in Alabama, and a new barrage of missiles just launched into Lebanon by Israel. We're getting more of those stories and more at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jeff. 7:54. Dan Mandis here. Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's a lot more than I thought. Now, I actually went home and I counted how many connected devices I own. It is more than a dozen. Now, all to keep me connected to the good stuff, my streaming, my gaming, all my interneting, you name it. We can do it in my house along with Riker, his homework, his gaming. Amy also working in the house as well. Now, Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet, it's growing by the year. Now, that's why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Now through October 10th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. And you can also ask about how you can be eligible for free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. So switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
It's 8 o'clock, and I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. It's 72 degrees out. It's going to get hotter throughout the rest of the day. That full forecast in traffic in 2 minutes. The shooting in Birmingham, Alabama this weekend is thought to have been started by a gun for hire. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
Investigators think one of the 4 people shot to death outside a hookah lounge was the target of a paid assassination plot. The 3 others who died and 17 who were wounded were collateral victims, as are Birmingham residents at large.
It just makes me not want to leave the house. You never know, if you can be next.
Last night, 24 hours after the hookah lounge shooting, 3 more people were shot, 1 fatally. Birmingham police think it might be retaliation for Saturday's mass shooting. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
A new wave of missiles have been fired into Lebanon from Israel, which has hit 300 Hezbollah targets. Here's ABC's Jordana Miller.
The Israeli army intensifying its airstrikes on southern Lebanon for a second day, hitting over 300 Hezbollah targets in the morning hours alone. Lebanon reporting over 100 dead, dozens injured. The IDF calling on Lebanese civilians to leave buildings, even towns where Hezbollah is operating, sending that message by text in recorded calls and radio announcements. Thousands of Lebanese getting in their cars, fleeing north towards Beirut. Jordana Miller, ABC News, Jerusalem.
Election 2024 news. New endorsements for both candidates, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Here's ABC's Perry Russum.
Both candidates picking up new endorsements. More than 700 former military and national security officials will support Harris, while the mayor of a Detroit suburb with a large Arab American community has endorsed Trump.
Right now, the market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Futures right now are looking up still, all up, less than a percentage still, but still rising up and pointing in the right direction. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Due to the Nashville Electric service, the right lane is blocked on Ashland City Highway eastbound at Briley Parkway. Also, there's an injury crash near Percy Warner Park, Old Hickory Boulevard. There's an injury crash there. Also, we're hitting the heart of rush hour traffic, 40 going into downtown Nashville. A lot of stop and go, as well as that 24 ramp onto 40. This is Jeff Malinoff. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:05, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening, and I feel like I'm in front of country music royalty because Chris Wallen is to my left. Chris, thank you very much for joining us. Now, Chris has written songs for Garth Brooks, Montgomery Gentry, Brad Paisley. I mean, it goes on and on. Joe Diffie, Diamond Rio, Kenny Chesney, and many, many more. You don't even look that old.
Well, thank you. It's a miracle.
Now, so you are you are the A&R, one of the higher ups for Based Records, and that is an unapologetically Christian and conservative record company.
Correct.
And so right now you have a song out. It's called, I played it earlier, Fire by John Kahn. And is that number one on iTunes? Somebody told me it was number one on iTunes.
Fighter is number one in all genres on iTunes.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
That is incredible.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Now, did you write that?
I did.
Okay.
I wrote that with John, and it was while we were writing it honestly, we kind of had Trump in mind when we started writing it, but we we were hoping one day it would do this, but Trump just retweeted it.
Yeah.
Coming number one, like literally, we wrote this song. I'm thinking, it's less than 2 months ago.
Okay. Well, and the video, and if you want to see the video, I tweeted it out. I posted to my X account at Dan Manda Show. This is a little bit of it. Need some audio?
That's what I do. I didn't soldier on this bar just to lose.
And the video kind of chronicles Trump's campaign. And it's Trump doing campaign stuff and connecting with the American people. And it is such a great song. Song is called Fighter. Of course, you know that after the first assassination attempt, he got up and he said, fight, fight, fight. Is that where the inspiration came from?
Yeah.
Okay.
That and just the tenacity.
Oh, he's got tenacity.
It's
amazing.
It's amazing. And not only that, while we were writing the song, we wanted to make sure that his followers were involved because they're also fighting.
Mm-hmm.
They're also fighting for, for their freedom. They're fighting for for a way of life.
We're fighting for our country, election integrity. I could go on and on.
And we made, in the video, if you notice, we could have did the whole thing where it's just, but you just really kind of a hard hitting thing. But what we wanted to do is actually show his softer side and show, and then at the end, that's what we left the whole iconic fist pumping thing at the end on purpose just to see that it's led up to that.
One of the things, it's very introspective. When I was watching the video, and again, you can find it on my X feed at Dan Manda Show, I found it very introspective. Now, Based Records, everybody is thinking it's B-A-S-E-D, Based in Truth, but it's not.
No.
Is it B-A-S-T-E?
It's B-A-S-T-E.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, there's actually, and that was like that before I came in the picture, and I wondered about that too. And it's interesting, the reason that they did that is because, they tell me, is because of the algorithm.
Oh, interesting.
If you do, it's sad that you have to even think about that. But
it's a reality of conservatives, my friend.
Yeah, if you talk about conservative and based, the algorithm will squash you. Well, we have a turkey leg, and it's like based in a turkey, on our logo. So it's I think sometimes we we kind of go under the algorithm because of that. But it's weird that you have to even think about that, but you do.
Yeah, as I said, and in fact, I spent one of the previous segments that I was talking about censorship and COVID and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So you had an incredible career, though. I just mentioned some of the folks that you wrote for. Are you worried that going to work specifically for Based Records as A&R, guy in charge of A&R, which is the guy who basically finds the musicians?
Right.
Is that what
finds the talent? And I write a lot of the songs and I produce everything too. So
do you really?
Yeah, all of this stuff I produce as well. Yeah.
So did you feel like you were giving something up in order to focus just on this genre of music, because it is a different genre?
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, when I was first approached to come into Based Records, I really had to do some soul searching because especially at that time, it was people, and they still are, just the cancel culture.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know.
Is so crazy. And one of our mottos is we want to be the counterculture to cancel culture.
There you go. I love that.
And so at first I was thinking, and I talked to my wife, I said, this is two passions for me. But I know I'm going to hear from some of my friends. I know that there's going to be some pushback on this. And the conclusion I came to is we have to start speaking up. And if not through music, where? Because they have, like you said, between algorithms and other things that are happening in the world, they squash everything that people like us say, and it's really hard to get through. And we've actually went through a lot of struggles as a company because of that as well. When they find out that we're a conservative leaning company, it's challenging to find people to work with us sometimes.
What's so weird is that you're talking about a country that has rampant illegal immigration, rampant crime, economy's, really tough right now, and of course all the things we've all experienced in the last 4 years. What the hell is wrong with conservatism? That's the thing that I don't understand. What is it that these people who would be critical of Based Records, so what exactly is your problem with conservatism, I would ask you, because I've asked my liberal friends that, and that's why they're no longer my friends.
Well, and they will instantly say, well, did you hear what Trump said?
Oh, it's so dumb. It is so dumb.
I know, it's so crazy. But, that's the thing is I think that just for an instance, I'll be quick about this, but we actually had a huge, I'm not going to say their name, huge distribution company in town that I knew the president, I knew a lot of people there. They were going to be our distribution. It was awesome. We got that deal, and we signed a contract, and the next thing you know, I get a call from my buddy and saying that they don't want to, the middle people were all liberal, and they didn't want to work with us. They don't want to push our records.
Wow.
And we hadn't even put out a record yet. We didn't even have a song out yet. And what I told them, I said, at least give me a chance to make you mad. Don't take that away from me.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that it's just crazy that we ended up having to pull out. We lost our whole distribution deal before we even put out a song because they knew we were a conservative company.
How liberal is country music?
It's gotten pretty liberal. Bad. There's still, I will say this, I think publicly it's pretty, it's pretty liberal, but there's so many people, we've had so many people come up to me, friends that I've had for years come up and kind of look around both of their shoulders and say, hey, I love what you guys are doing.
Just make sure that nobody else is watching or listening,
Yeah, like they're about to tell a really bad joke, it's like, and I said, there's fans out there that are starving
Yeah.
For something real. They're starving for authenticity with artists. That used to, an artist that actually sang what he believed used to be called an artist.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right.
And that's what we want to bring back, you know?
So when I just listed a whole bunch, and don't need to mention any names, but you know, there's a lot of artists that you have written for. Have you heard from them? And again, don't.
Yeah, no.
But have you heard from some of those artists that you've written for in the past, and they've said, "What are you doing?" Have you got some pushback like that?
I've gotten the most pushback is honestly from there's been a few songwriters, friends of mine that I've known for 20 years that are kind of asking me, they're like, why are you doing this? And why are you? And for me, it's just, it used to be okay to disagree. Pretty soon they're going to cancel you if you sing a song about God. They're going to cancel you if, God forbid, you call a woman.
Your pro-life song.
Yes.
I played that. Remind me the name?
I Was Gonna Be by Rachel Holt.
So I don't know if you folks remember rather famously, oh gosh, I'm getting teary-eyed just thinking about the song. I played that song about a month and a half, 2 months ago, live on the air.
Right.
And it did bring me to tears. It is a pro-life song. And I think that is indicative of a lot of the songs that you folks are producing, where they are based, no pun intended, but they're based in truth.
Right.
And they're based in reality and conservatism. Is it harder to write? And if you folks don't know the song, please go find it. Is it harder or easier to write your standard country song versus the kind of songs that you're writing now?
Honestly, it's so freeing for me. I've spent 20-something years writing songs, having to try and be commercial, having to try and think of what someone else I was going to be. There is no way anyone in country music would have ever sang that song.
Yeah.
For me to even write that song, start writing, I wasn't even, for me, it was just going to be for me, just to get it out of me. It wasn't even, honestly, for an artist.
Yeah.
But for so many years, trying to write songs that other people would sing and try to get in their heads and actually say, well, this would be a great Kenny song. Well, we can't say this if it's a Kenny song. We can't say, or now it's so freeing to me to be able to write something like that and have people hear it.
And there's so many things out there that are inspiring these days. I mean, I am so inspired by Donald Trump. I am so inspired by Donald Trump supporters because of which I'm one, because of everything that has transpired over the past, not only the last 4 years, but everything Trump went through over the last 8 years.
Absolutely.
So for me, I think that there is a lot of inspiration that people can get from music that connects to conservatives and the Donald Trump supporter. And there's a lot of things out there that, I mean, if you're a songwriter, you can draw from as far as inspiration goes. I mean, it's just, where do you even start? And it's going to be I'm going to try to word this the right way. Is it easier to find inspiration from Donald Trump and his supporters, or is it easier to draw inspiration from the train wreck that the last 4 years has been? Do you know what I mean? Like Biden and Harris has been just a cavalcade of errors and train wrecks. Donald Trump is, had a better record when he was president, and he offers more hope. Which is the easier to write from?
Yeah, I think it's a little of both because, you as a songwriter, you're always, I'm always thinking of collectively what large groups are thinking. And I think because of both of those things, there's a massive group that is watching the news and shaking their heads. wondering how in the world did we get here, and how are we going to get out of it? And there's one group that's been in there for 4 years and saying that they're going to change everything all of a sudden when they get back in office.
Mm-hmm.
And, and then there's someone else that, that has, that actually did change some things.
Mm-hmm.
So that's your choice.
So how hopeful are you right now?
I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. I think that if people actually show up like I know they could, I really think that I read something the other day where the least the people who vote the least is Christian. It was something else. There was two, and it was basically, us.
Yeah.
And it really floored me. And if we actually showed up the way I know we can, I think it'll be a landslide.
So, Based Records, you have Chris Wallen, head of A&R. Do you have enough artists? Is it difficult to find artists that do what you want them to do, and everybody is sort of
well, yeah, we've been really lucky in finding people like Rachel Holt and of course Afro Man, which was crazy. We also have Chad Prather. We're about to do an EP on Chad Prather, which we have, and I'm bringing some of my friends in to collaborate as well. John Rich is singing a harmony on Chad's new song.
Okay.
I've known John forever, and so he's it's a song called Watered Down that's going to be coming out. We're going to have an EP on Chad, and John is singing a harmony with him, featuring him.
Okay.
We have with Rachel, we have a song probably in the next couple of months that's going to be coming out that she's singing with Daryl Worley.
Oh, one of my all-time favorites,
Daryl's
man.
a dear friend of mine.
Holy mackerel.
He is a dear friend of mine.
I got to meet him a few years ago.
Oh, man.
And it was
great.
a highlight.
Oh, yeah. He's the real deal. But.
So where can people find, because a lot of folks that are listening may not be familiar with a lot of your music. And so how do people, is there a website people can go? How can people find the stuff?
Yes, absolutely. Go to basedrecords.com. That's BASTERECORDS.com. And we have all kinds of merch and everything as well. So go buy some merch, and we're going to start. Actually, I think it's already on the site where we can do a membership where you get some you can kind of get background stuff that's happening.
Well, if you have local concerts, will you let us help you promote it?
Oh, please. That would be amazing.
Yeah,
I would love to do some stuff with you guys.
Yeah, you just let us know. And if
Yeah.
I know I've got to wrap up. I'm trying to have a conversation here.
Come on.
Anyway, so yeah, when you do concerts locally, we would love to help. So
thank you so much.
I think what you do is so incredible and so brave and courageous as well. So I think you're just good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in. Chris Wallen. And coming up next, we've got news. And Jeff, what is coming up?
Well, we got breaking news in regards to the man accused of attempting to assassinate Donald Trump. There is a note that's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 824 Busy Bee, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Dan Mandis here. Fall is on the way. The Pumpkin Spice Takeover has begun, and Busy Bee, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has some great offers. They are your Rude Pro partner, and man, do they have some great deals for you. How about a free Wi-Fi thermostat on qualifying new HVAC systems? You can control your HVAC system from anywhere. Now, how about a free whole home air filtration system with the purchase of 2 or more qualifying HVAC systems, or maybe a new HVAC system replacement for as low as $68 a month? Now, this is my HVAC company. This is the company you want to call, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Remember, being a Beehive member is the best way to keep your systems in tip-top shape. So call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. One more time, 615-775-7833, busybhvac.com. .30 Nashville's Morning News on WTN, and we've had some rain. At least some areas have had some rain in the last couple of days. Listen, you need to understand that if you find water or moisture in your crawl space or basement, that could be a big problem because that means you have waterproofing issues. But my friends at USS, United Structural Systems, they can take care of it for you. They are the absolute pros, the experts in waterproofing. Now, it could be a little problem about to get bigger, or it could be nothing at all. It could be something serious. Bottom line is you've got to call the experts in waterproofing. USS, United Structural Systems, 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. Online, you can find them, USSTN.com.
It is 8:30, and I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. It is partially cloudy, 74 degrees. It's going to get up to the 80s later on today. More to come on weather and traffic in just a few minutes. So we have a breaking story. The man accused in the apparent assassination attempt of Donald Trump wrote a note months earlier saying that he intended to kill the former president. The Justice Department disclosed today in arguing that he should remain locked up as the case moves forward. The note, addressed Dear World, was placed in a box that was dropped to the home of an unidentified person who contacted law enforcement officials after last Sunday's arrest of Ryan Weasley Ruth. According to the prosecutors, the note said, quote, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you. I tried my best and gave it all the gumption I could muster. It is up to you now to finish the job, and I will offer $150,000 to whomever can complete the job." Congress have reached a deal to avoid government shutdown. Here's Stephen Portnoy.
The bipartisan measure is expected to avert a government shutdown next week and keep agencies fully funded through December 20th. It includes an additional $231 million for the Secret Service. But that money comes with strings attached. The agency must deliver to Congress its initial review of its failures in Butler, Pennsylvania, and respond in a timely manner to requests for answers and documents from House and Senate oversight investigators.
Market Number is brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Moments after the bell, we have one down and two up. Dow is right now down. S&P 500 and NASDAQ are up. They started down, but now they're coming back up as Dow was up and now is back down. So we have two ups and one down right now. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News.
8:33, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Stoltz Co. They are the premier pole barn builders in the state of Tennessee. Now, you know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. could increase the value of your land big time. Now, you can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, or you can just live in it. The thing is, pole barns from Stoltz Co., they are flexible and built really well. You could also plan ahead and build your retirement home. So call these folks, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-622-5992. Find them on the socials, Instagram and Facebook as well, or at their website, stoltzco.com. STOLTZCO, stoltzco.com. You can find examples of their work. Again, Instagram, Facebook, and it's stoltzco.com. 615-622-5992.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
We got a crash in Murfreesboro with the left and right lanes blocked on I-24 eastbound at Medical Center Parkway, exit 76. We still have that injury crash at Percy Warner Park as well, Old Hickory Boulevard, and the B&A airports are still experiencing drop-off delays. That's the latest. I'm Jeff Malinoff. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So what's happening is all these really hot women are going to Instagram and TikTok, and they're like hot mega chicks for Trump. And it's like a direct challenge to Taylor Swift.
It's a direct challenge to Taylor Swift?
It is a direct challenge to Taylor Swift, is what it seems like to me. And so you need to, Chris, because you said you haven't seen the video that I've referenced like 5 times now this morning.
I haven't seen it.
Follow me on X, Chris, at Dan Mandis Show.
Okay, I will.
Hello, everyone. Jeff Malinoff is in the newsroom. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, sir. How are you?
What's that?
I said, how are you?
I'm fine.
That's a great opening to the show, by the way. Just right as you open, you go, hot women. That's how you sell.
That's how you get the attention of the male-dominated listeners.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. Mason Fleming is here. Thank you, Mason.
You're welcome, Dan.
Mason's big hype. Mason.
Big hype, man. Mason's upset because
I can feel the energy.
So you folks on the TV. So he's doing this whole thing, the rap.
I'm giving you a big old wrap up.
And I openly said, leave me alone. I know I've got to take a break.
Hey, you know what I hear every morning when I'm driving into work? Ah, man, we're late again. Oh no, this is unfortunate. We're late again.
So
not
true.
on my watch. I'm just saying.
Hey, Mason.
Yeah.
I want to make sure. Can you see this?
Yeah, I can. I can see it.
Anyway.
Just speaking.
So anyway, that was great. I was in the midst of a great interview.
It was a great interview. I will give you that. That's why I felt bad for giving you that wrap up because I was enjoying the conversation.
I thought people may have wanted to hear that more than Cars for Kids or ED. I'm just saying.
Cars for Kids is in my nightmares.
There are a lot of fans of the Cars for Kids jingle.
No, there's not. I guarantee there's not.
There's really not, Mason.
There's not.
There's not
no way.
My kids love it. They walk around the house and they sing that.
You're just trying to be contrarian.
No, I'm being perfectly honest with you. The kids actually sing it. All of them.
I actually believe that 100%.
You know what? I'm going to play it for Riker. I'm going to see if Riker can get in on the Cars for Kids vibe. Because,
we should have the hot MAGA chicks remix it for TikTok.
That's what we need to do.
That would change the game.
I don't know if that'll help their business or...
All right, so this is the MAGA chicks.
Voting Donald Trump, baby. Voting Donald Trump, baby.
I respect women more than I respect men. Are the men insulted by that?
I love it.
Voting Donald Trump.
And every one of these is, a really... Is it sexist to say good looking? I don't know. Is that misogynistic to call a woman good looking these days?
I think it's just, if you're just being honest.
Should we ask it's all subjective, but should we ask the younger part of our team today, because they're the ones that are more fragile. So Mason and Jeff, is it?
Hold on.
Back up a second.
Is there a problem?
I think it's interesting how he called us fragile. We're getting defensive for being called fragile.
I think your reaction is proving that.
As I said, back up a second, I just realized, wait, this doesn't help my argument at all.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't want to be lumped in with the fragile people.
It hurts my feelings to be called fragile.
That's exactly right.
See, but it's the connotation of who you're lumping me in with.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate part.
You don't want to be lumped in with Jeff?
I don't. Oh, come on! Don't lump me in with the rest of the group.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jeff doesn't want to be lumped in with Mason. Interesting dynamic we have at play here.
See what Dan's doing to us, Mason.
Putting us against each other.
Yeah,
I am, because on this show everybody's always against me. So now I'm like playing like Trump. I'm playing like 3D chess.
I haven't been on this show in months. What have I You're talking about Johnny B, who's not here.
Yeah, unfortunately. Not that I don't love you, Mason.
I appreciate it, Dan.
Yeah, it's just, no, Johnny's not here. But
I know Johnny.
Joan and Johnny and Ken, when he was on the show as well, they always would gang up on me.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Maybe I'm just trying to be a little more playing on offense now.
I don't blame you.
Maybe that's what I need to do.
To be fair, the last time I was on the show, I think I packed in a few punches there. So
you did.
I did. Is that why I haven't been on in a while? Is that why Jeff's been filling in more than me? I understand.
I'm just saying. I'm just kidding.
Fact check.
Do you want to work 14 hours on Saturday, Mason?
Hey, I've done it. I've done my time. It's your turn, buddy.
You see what I did here, Chris? Now they're fighting on the air about who's going to work a Saturday board op shift.
Bickering.
Oh, he could take it.
I need the hours, to be honest.
Well, I just did 14. He gets the next 14.
I'll take it.
Now I have regret. Now I have second regret.
We bonded. We're friends now.
Good.
Well,
that resolved itself pretty quickly.
friends.
So, Chris, what do you have for the love of all that is holy? What do you have for us?
You opened with MAGA chicks, and I think we can continue with the trend. We have a new MAGA chick on the block.
Yeah?
Janet Jackson.
Oh, really?
Janet
Jackson. Did you hear what she said over the weekend?
Has she been exposed?
I saw this.
She was in an interview, doing an interview with The Guardian, a wide-ranging interview, and she said, she's not black. That's what I heard, that she's Indian.
She's talking about Kamala Harris?
Yes. Janet Jackson.
Janet Jackson said that?
On record.
No.
On record saying, she's not black. That's what I heard. She's Indian. Then she doubles down. Her father's white. That's what I was told. I mean, I haven't watched the news in a few days. I was told they discovered her father was white.
They discovered.
Then the interviewer.
No, that was her brother, but whatever.
Jeez. The interviewer just gets sweaty and uncomfortable. And so they quickly change the subject. Then an agent of Janet's came out and apologized and released a statement and said, Janet apologizes for any confusion caused and acknowledges the importance of accurate representation in public discourse. We appreciate the opportunity to address this and will remain committed to promoting unity. She deeply respects Vice President Kamala Harris and her accomplishments as a black and Indian woman. So then that's the apology, right? Then Janet Jackson came back out and said, yeah, no, that wasn't my apology.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I love that.
That's
I do
awesome.
Too.
Is she a MAGA chick?
I think she's voting Donald Trump, baby. I think so. She doesn't implicitly come out and say it, but if you're coming out and saying Kamala Harris isn't black,
yeah,
I think that says it all.
Especially the Jacksons, by and large, I mean, they stayed out of politics, right? I mean,
pretty heavily.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Jackson wasn't, I don't believe, into politics at all, and the rest of them, with all due respect to them, I don't know if anybody really cares where they are politically.
I think this turns more heads, though, than Taylor Swift's endorsement.
I think it does, because it's very unpredictable. It's very unpredictable, and if Donald Trump wins, then maybe she can play his inauguration.
Well, think about the 45 to 55-year-old women out there that listened to Janet Jackson growing up, and they go, wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
She said what?
Well, that also brings, if there is a conversation, it also brings that conversation forward again, just brings it right back. And they wanted to bury that. You and I talked about that, I think, off the air. They wanted that Kamala is not black. They wanted that They wanted that to disappear, because the reality is that as she has, for many, many years, she has played whatever card she has had to gain favor with who she was campaigning to.
Yep.
So,
and I've been on record a couple times. I think that comment played so well in the black community. I have some audio today on the show from a panel of undecided black voters in Georgia, and even they make the comment, is she black? It's resonated, and it's bubbling beneath the surface. This is absolutely a conversation in that community.
Do you think, though, that black people care? Like, in other words, I think that they, and I'm white, so I don't know, but when you watch those things, it does resonate. I'm not going to disagree, but I think they care more about the economy and all those other things. So I think, at least to me, it's an abundance of things, an abundance of reasons why to vote against Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I could see that.
Chicago's about to explode. Have you seen that story?
Chicago's nuts right now.
They have, earlier in the show, I did a segment on what is going on in Chicago, where you have all of the native gangs, the black gangs on the south side of Chicago, and they're going to join, apparently, and go after the Venezuelan gang.
Yeah.
Trende Aragua?
Trende
Aragua. And my money, if I was a betting man, my money would go on the native gangs.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, 100%. Well, you know your territory a little bit better.
Well, you do. And, the Venezuelans, they are from a place where laws don't really apply. So now the question is, and I'm not advocating for, I'm not excited for violence, but what I understand is that something's got to give. And so when the government allows these people in, and whether they're flying in or just coming across the border, then the American people have to stand up. And whether that's at the ballot box, or now you're going to have these gangs in the south side of Chicago doing what they need to do.
But this has almost been popping off for a while. I think it was back in February of 24. I played a clip from a Chicago City Council meeting, and a guy said, listen, they're harassing our grandmothers in the street. They're robbing our homes. And we've gotten to a point where if you, the elected officials, don't want to fix this, then we, the citizens of Chicago, are going to have to handle this in the streets.
I remember that woman, that old lady, and she got up and she eviscerated those people. And then she ended it with, that's what time it is.
Yep.
Remember that?
Yep.
Oh, man. I wish I could find that darn soundbite because I love that soundbite. That's what time it is.
It's so good, yeah. But you understand where they're coming from.
Oh, absolutely. $150 million they have paid in city resources for all of these Venezuelans to basically infiltrate the south side of Chicago.
Yep. And then what happens once it gets cold? Are they going to do what they did in New York and kick kids out of school so that way they can house the migrants inside a public school?
Yep.
Like, it's only going to get worse.
It's going to get far worse. It is going to get far worse. All right, what's coming up next?
Well, on the show today, we're going to cover the Donald Trump interview with Cheryl Atkinson. That was Addison, I'm sorry. That was great. I know you played some of it talking about the COVID vaccines. We'll cover that. John Fetterman is he's been giving some interviews. Meet the Press. He came out and said, hey, Kamala Harris saying that she would shoot somebody break into her home. Anybody would do that. Well, except for the aide who came out after the fact and said Kamala Harris was just joking. So we'll cover all that. Plus, J.D. Vance, Tucker Carlson, Trump in North Carolina, and more.
Fetterman.
Help
me understand the interview, because I didn't really dive into it all that much.
He was sitting down with Kirsten Welker on Meet the Press.
Right.
And she said, do you think it was irresponsible for Kamala Harris to say that she would shoot an intruder in her home? That was the question. That was the setup.
Wow. Okay.
So, and he said what anybody would say, like, no, it actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense to everybody except for her aides.
Okay, very good. 8:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN Chris Hand is coming up next. When the real estate market slows down, Mark Spain can really help you out with the guaranteed offer. Now, with the guaranteed offer, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Absolutely hassle-free. Now, fall can be a busy time, and trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer, you'll be on the market, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. And the best part, no stress. Now, one of their clients, Walker, said we had to move fast, and we were worried the process would take too long and we'd have to spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain gave us an offer in 3 days for over our asking price. So check them out today. Mark Spain Real Estate, 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online. It is markspain.com, and start packing. Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
New details on the man attempting to assassinate President Donald Trump. Also, Israel speaks today after the missile barrage on Lebanon. Those stories at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So 4504 is actually listening from Poland.
Really?
Yeah.
That's possible?
Anything's possible.
What do you mean that's possible? Yes, it's possible.
I mean, he probably went to... I expect if you go to Poland, it's to avoid you.
What? Well, Jeff.
I had to take over for Ken.
We were going to have a conversation about if you go to Poland, folks, here's what you do. You go to Poland, you find like a Polish radio, and you tune it to 99.7, and there we are.
There it is.
Jeff, make sure you do that. Next time you go to Poland, get a Polish radio, 99.7, there we are.
Let me do that on the vacation days I have.
Oh, jeez. Where?
You can listen to us anywhere online with the 99.7 WTN app or on the web at 997wtn.com. You can watch us on YouTube. And if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook right now, you probably watched my face just get a little irritated with Jeff.
I'm cranky. I'm sorry.
No, you're not. Why are you cranky, Jeff? Let's delve into this.
You want to do this? All right. Saturday, got up at 4 a.m. to come to work here. Worked till 7 p.m. Went to bed. Got up at 4 a.m. again. Came back to work Sunday at 5 a.m. Got to bed. I had to go home around 1. Went to bed at 4. Came back here at 5 a.m. Or I'm sorry, 4 a.m.
Jeff, I'd like to discuss with you the value of hard work.
Oh, I understand. I understand what I'm doing here, and I like what I'm doing.
There are children starving in Africa. Yet you're able to work. It's a great thing, Jeff.
Don't complain about your blessings.
Well,
Don't
fine
complain
then.
about your blessings.
All right.
That's
In honor of those kids, I'm going to have myself a humongous pastrami sandwich for lunch.
You do that. You have that pastrami sandwich. Just don't get sick because you're back here tomorrow.
I am back here tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
That's what you think. 8:56. Jeff's like, yes. Jeff, I'm totally kidding.
No?
We all love you, Jeff. 8:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yet another awkward end to the radio program. Dan Mendes here. I can tell you that as a guy who gets up way early, that first cup of coffee is way critical to waking up and feeling great. Now, I've tried all kinds of coffees over the years, and now I have discovered Space Cowboy Coffee. This is incredible, rich-tasting coffee with signature blends from around the world. Now, if you're a coffee snob like I am, give Space Cowboy Coffee a try. Their blends and single-origin coffees are as unique as their name. And if this is the first time you've heard of Space Cowboy Coffee, it's not going to be the last. It's a new company based in Nashville. I've been trying all their different brews. Yes, they are amazing. Check them out online, spacecowboycoffee.com, and use promo code DAN and get 10% off that first purchase. You spend $50 or more, and you get free shipping. Now remember, that's promo code Dan to save some money and get some of the best coffee that Nashville has to offer. Find them online, spacecowboycoffee.com, spacecowboycoffee.com.